Good evening, guys. Good to see you. Hey, Prepper for the Ages. Good to see you, ma'am. Always nice to see you. How are you doing? I hope your week has been good. Mine has been pretty hot. 4 in the house. 3 now. We wait a couple of more minutes and see how many will pop in before we get into the topic for today or this evening. My dog is in surgery for a punctured lung. Hope they can save him. What happened, Jill? Hey, Venerable Owl, good to see you. Good to see you again, brother. Hey, Chris, good to see you. Strength and honor, brother. It's always nice to see you, Chris. Yeah, my Saturday has been quite busy, actually. But now I can focus on my live stream. Hey, Camo Carl, good to see you. Hey, Grass Monster 3, good to see you. How are you doing, Camo Carl? Hey, Southern Tier Prepper, good to see you, ma'am. Always nice to see you. My mug says, wake me up at the end of the workday. That is what it says. Okay, that's good. That's good, Carl. Yeah, I do. It's sentimental thing from my time in the army. Yeah, Venerable. That is a perfect quote. I hope PV will pop in, and I hope Mark will pop up too. They usually pop up. But anyway, before we get into the topic for today is normalcy, bias, and general public's resistance to prepping. Are you ready? Well, that was a suggested topic for excuse me, guys. I got a little mid. Okay. Okay. I need the StreamYard link. There we have it. Copy. Copy and paste. It's a lot of copying and pasting. It's always an issue when things going on around the world, especially Iran, Israel, and things like that. ACR, good to see you, brother. Okay, I hope they find out something caused it. ACR, I believe you, CR, wants to pop up. Hey, Scottish Prepper 73, good to see you, brother. Hey, Evil Girl, good to see you. Hey, Lisa, good to see you. Okay, CR, I know. You're always have something to do, but that's great. That's okay. We all have to. I hope I didn't miss anyone because I'm falling. Hey, Vanessa, good to see you. I didn't saw you pop in, but it's good to see you too. And Chris, if you want to join me up here, feel free to do so. Kim Carl, preparedness should be a natural instinct. I agree with that, definitely. Okay, no problem, Chris. No problem. Are we all getting ready for what's going on next? That, Lisa, is a really good question, considering what's going on in US these days. Yeah, always try to get ready. It is a good idea to have your preps in order, and you should probably stock up even more. Lisa, Luke, we have started getting ready. Okay, that's good. And keep doing that. Hey, PB.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you loud and clear.
Yeah, I've got a new computer, you see. And,
yeah, I know. That's good. I was a little bit worried.
It arrived this morning. I was out all day, and I've just now finished setting it up. And it's settings all over the place. It'll take me another week to go through all the settings. So anyway, I'm here. That's the main thing. So
yeah, that's why I send it to on the WhatsApp instead. So
yeah, I just typed it into the computer, and away we go. So yeah, hope everyone's all right.
Well, it's been a hot week. I didn't feel that well this week.
No.
I felt that I would throw up any second, basically.
Right.
So that's not really fun. We have Aquatic News Network. Good to see you. And we have UK Urban Prepper again. Hey, Mike. Good to see you.
Yeah, I've been ill all week as well.
No, because of the heat, Mike. I made a collab short, and that was active 3 p.m. At Thursday, and I did it on Mike's. He had a knife, and I did. That's not a knife. This is a knife. So
Yeah, good.
I got over 3,000 views on it. On that specific one.
Yeah, good.
Hey, Chris. Good to see you.
I got one thing for you, Shadow.
Yeah.
That's a knife.
Quick in and out job.
I don't know what happened.
Yeah, I don't know either.
I was putting this back up, and next thing you know,
cut your connection.
Yeah. We've been having storms here, so.
Right.
And hello, Paul.
Let's see. We have Teresa Jukovic. Welcome, my friend. Good to see you. But anyway, PV, I used one of your topics again. Normalcy, bias, and general public resistance to prepping. Are you ready?
Yeah. I mean, normalcy bias. I mean, it's something to talk. I think we touched on it before, and everyone knows about it, and everyone has some level of it, but what actually is it is the key question, and I think it's some sort of tendency where people assume things will continue as they've always have been, and they underestimate the likelihood or impact of any sort of event occurring, even when you got previous evidence that suggests otherwise. And because they're in this little safety bubble, especially in the context of prepping, situational awareness, preparedness, all that sort of thing, it can hinder your sort of response in many ways. So people are ticking along nicely, think, oh, we've never had an earthquake here, we've never had a tsunami here, we must be okay. But if you delve back in history, that area might have had a tsunami, an earthquake, and so on. So people have got to snap out of this sort of view of the world that everything, isn't necessarily going to be a constant. It does change. It can change. You can be the victim of X, Y, and Z. Therefore, get your head out of the sand and start, looking at contingencies or training and having different bits of kit to counter those events. And you see this all the time. I mean, we saw it with COVID. You see it with driving. Driving is a classic example. Why people still go around not wearing seatbelts, knowing full well the benefits of them and so on. Why people still smoke is beyond me. I mean, that's slightly different, but normalcy bias, this rose-tinted vision of the world, and just because it's happened somewhere else, it doesn't mean it's not going to happen there. Crime is quite a big one as well. Or another one, dogs. Dog's never bitten anyone, so therefore it's never going to bite anyone. They're in this, mindset of, because it's never happened, it's not going to happen. So that's sort of the main reason why I suggested this subject, especially with prepping. And it's a weird mindset. Some people, you view some people in, why are some people completely blind in the fact that they just don't have any contingencies whatsoever? They're completely trusted in government aid, government support, and all this sort of thing. They think, everything's going to be okay. Someone's going to come and sort it out if anything goes wrong. And it's just completely a bizarre, sheltered mindset. It's weird, really is a weird situation. You have to excuse me for pausing every now and then. I've just gotten over a drastic cough, so.
That's like also, and I don't know where you're located. I assume across the pond, but anyhow, in the States, there are those people that don't do anything, but yet they get all this government help and everything else, or desire it, and and I'm just sitting there going like, I've got a 2003 model truck. It's paid for. But yet you look at them and they're driving a brand new vehicle. And I'm just like, okay,
Yeah.
And so to me, there are those people that abuse the system just to, in turn, get things and material things. And in my opinion, you should not rely on the government at all.
Yeah.
And you should just basically, take care of yourself, have a garden, stock up on water and all the other necessities. But yeah, I agree with what you're saying, PV.
It's basic common sense, I think, but some people just, I don't know, it's really, like you just hit on something there, is the financial aspect of things. And knowing full well how fragile the economy is, all you got to look at is gasoline prices. Years ago, gasoline prices, well, especially over in England, they would stay sort of a constant for years. They would go up gradually on a constant bear. And these days, every week, every day, you look at the petrol stations, and it's a different price.
Yeah.
And so, the financial aspect of things, you would think that people would buy their own vehicle, keep it for as long as possible, maintain it and run it and stuff. But they're relying on credit all the time. And like you said, you see these people, your neighbors and stuff like that, brand new vehicle, and they're paying, I don't know, hundreds of pounds, hundreds of dollars per month. And at a moment's notice, if anything happens with that contract or with that supplier or the financial aspect of that, or they get in trouble in some way which breaks the contract, then they've lost the vehicle, gone. They've got nothing physically to keep hold of. It's a bit funny in that respect.
It's like also there are, in the prepper community, there are, look at that brand new, Generac generator, or a dehydrator. You look at the top tier things that cost, a whole bunch of money. Yes, that's a want, but is it really a need? And people aren't, they're doing, it's, the scale is, the wants are outdoing the need.
Yeah, I agree with that. Definitely. And there are people here even in Sweden that they say, hey, we rely on the government. They will help us. That's wrong, because they will not.
Yeah. The government, the government want people to prepare because it takes the heat off of them. Hence but they can't do things. They can't really supply things because it costs money. It's a big financial burden for any government. So the best that a government could probably do is keep people informed in terms of information. Hence the the Get Prepared leaflets and booklets, which have been published all around Europe these days, although Britain has still got their head in the sand, and things like this. So if you get the citizens to prepare and mitigate, the old civil defense program back in the 60s, 70s, and so on, or earlier than that, where you had all these civil defense groups. I mean, you're still active in Sweden, I believe, but you had groups that were encouraged to bond together, share information. Information booklets will produce what to stock up on, what to keep, etc., for a 2-week period to provide some sort of buffer zone for the supply system and stuff. And that sort of thing has gone out the window in many countries, definitely here. But the risks and the disasters and the other events which you need those items for haven't. They're still around,
Well, that's like the Red Cross and FEMA here in the States. They go, well, you need 3 days and 1 gallon of water per person. And I'm like, oh, time out. 1 gallon of water for one person. You figure, okay, you're going to be drinking water, which is number 1 priority. 2, you've got to have hygiene, so that's important. But then you get down to dishes and you get down to doing, laundry or something like that. 1 gallon of water per day is not going to cut it, So that's why I see on other channels in the prepping community that, you can never have too much water. So that's what I try to focus on, is stocking up on water and making sure, and that's myself and my dog that live here. But I would rather have more than less.
Yeah,
I agree with that.
The 3 days is just a token effort, really. That will just that will get you through, like, a couple of hours of a really short temporary power cut and stuff. But 2 weeks is a good minimum, a starting point, I'd say. I would aim. It depends on people's situations. I mean, I aim for 3 to 6 months, and then beyond that, you're into some sort of medium to long term situation. So you're really looking at, you need to start sustaining yourself and growing food and processing things and keeping things ticking over and maintaining things. So yeah, I mean, we've spoken about this before as well. How to start off. I mean, 3 days is a good starting point, just to go out and get 3 days worth of stuff. Then you can work that up to a week, 2 weeks, a month, 3 months, and so on. That makes sense, but not having them to begin with, because people think that nothing's going to happen, is bizarre to me. They literally have no awareness, risk awareness. People need to research basic things, start from the bottom: crime rates, crime patterns. I mean, everyone's got a door lock on their door, I'd hope, to some sort of level of strength. So therefore, they consider that option. So I don't know. They've got to take proactive measures to make themselves more robust and be in a more longevity time frame if anything does happen.
Well, that's like earlier I was watching Southern Tier Preppers video, and she brought up a bunch of good points, several. So kudos to her for that. But it's like the thing that really stuck with me is that they want to dumb us down, to become, I guess, robots or whatever type thing. But the government has their hand in so much of our lives, and yet when we try to do something, it's like, oh, you can't do that, but we can. So the more that you get away from everything, the better it is for yourself and your family. So I agreed with a lot that she said on there. So, like I say, kudos to her.
Yeah.
Hey, Marianne, good to see you.
I mean, it sort of blends in with other subjects, really. You know, why do people freeze in the face of unusual events or disasters? You know, why do some people live, some people die in the event of some disasters and stuff? And you could argue that it could go back to some sort of normalcy bias basis where they think, you know, they're going to be looked after by the emergency services, they're going to be looked after by the airline crew, they're going to be looked after by the police, and so on and so on, until they actually experience something. Then they realize, you know, how ineffective these sorts of establishments and departments are. we literally are. I mean, all these departments, you know, they're just, you know, emergency planning, knee-jerk reactions, basically.
Yeah.
I mean, how many times do people see the police going around knocking at people's doors, advising them on their security? It just doesn't happen. They're too busy, you know, responding to the next blue light alert and emergency call. They haven't got time to sort of do this sort of thing. So people got to seek these out by themselves, or go from the previous lessons learned. You know, if someone's been mugged, then you can guarantee that they'll take measures thereafter to sort of up their own personal security and situation awareness to stop them getting mugged again. So, yeah, I mean, mindset is probably the big key one when it comes to trying getting people to take measures, to have some sort of preparedness, some sort of awareness, you know, with them, and incorporate the rest of the family in it. But you know, sometimes it's not hard because when people initially think of preparedness or preppers and stuff like this, you can't get bogged down with the amount that people have got to contend with. I mean, primarily, it's not a cheap thing to do anyway. That people want to jump into the fire and automatically be 3 to 6 months plus prepared in most aspects of things, and it's just not going to happen because it's just, for a start, it's too expensive. They may not have the storage space to do it, especially water, for instance. You know, big bulky item. They may not have the know-how to do it. So, yeah, you got an ignorance factor there as well. Information dissemination is probably a key thing. Information dissemination and previous experiences.
Well, that's like you mentioned about muggings and things like that.
Yeah.
People lock their cars or vehicles. People lock their houses.
Yeah.
And what is the purpose of the lock? Is to keep honest people out of your home or your vehicle.
Yeah.
Because, and then the people that are honest, or, you know, basically, you know, it would be like if I came to Shadow's house, I wouldn't just put my feet up on his furniture. I wouldn't leave the dishes in the sink. I would have respect for him. A lot of that's gone out the window. But a lock itself, if somebody's wanting to get into whatever it is, a storage building, warehouse, whatever, they're going to find a way. They're not going to care. But an honest person will come up and, you know, knock on the door or something like that, wait for you to answer. If not, then leave, you know.
Yeah.
And unfortunately, I'm old school, and I believe in, if I borrowed a lawnmower from either one of you, I'd make sure that I rinse it off, clean the deck out, fill it back with fuel, and return it back to you.
Welcome, IC.
But nowadays, it's not that way. It's you know, we've lost our ways as far as having respect for others. It's great if that can happen, but I just can't see it in today's society.
Yeah. So yeah, how you doing?
Hello, can everyone hear me
Yeah.
Yes, loud and clear.
for now?
For now, yeah.
Sorry, I missed the last couple of minutes signing in.
Right, okay. Yeah, I mean, if you delve deeper, the brain is a lazy thing. It prefers things to be predictable as well, and to conserve its own sort of thought process, mental energy, and so on. So most people assume things will remain normal, because it reduces their sort of thinking load and anxiety. So then they can go around focusing on their day-to-day business, like shopping, for instance, or walking down the street. However, it's not as simple as that, and the threats and the other things that face you all are coming at you at all angles.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I have to keep pausing because I'm going into coughing fits.
Yeah,
Oh, okay.
no problem. Yeah.
And here I thought I was losing the sound. I was like, I don't hear anyone. What?
No, I was ill this week, so just recovering from it because I've been preparing my body, you see, for some sort of viral infection.
Yeah, with Charlie Victor.
Yeah. Well, that's gonna creep in again probably if they have their way. Yeah, I mean, some people think they're walking down the road. I've never been robbed, so why should I worry? It's not going to happen to me, but it doesn't. It
No,
works.
that you just when I hear something like that, no, you're just lucky. It just hasn't happened yet. You're just lucky enough. It's just like not facing something like an accident or something. You're just lucky, right? You're just that percentage that hasn't happened to you yet. Because if you think about it, something like robbery or let's say like me here in Canada, for example, right? It's not. Eventually, it will get cold, right? Eventually, I will need a jacket. Eventually, it will be cold enough that I will need a jacket. If I go walking outside long enough, if I have money just flaunting around, someone's gonna want to rob me because they can see the opportunity, right? You know what I mean?
Yeah. Back in
Okay, Ann, no problem. Thank you, Isaac. Thank you, Ann. Well, I never been robbed before either, but that would be probably a little bit difficult. So that's why self-defense training comes in handy. Special practical ones that is versatile styles. They are usually the best for self-defense. So, and I know you, Chris, you are a cop, ex-retired cop. You know that you were taught in the police school that on the police academy self-defense as well. So,
And military.
and in military.
Yes, sir.
That's two different styles. They are compared to what the police learn and what you learn as a soldier. It's two different styles.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. And it's like PV mentioned it's earlier. There's people that the victims. There's two repertoires. There's a flight or freeze. Excuse me. and then a third one could be the fight. And so in turn, and that's until you've actually been a victim of that or had a what pointed at you, and I won't say the word, into your face or towards you or your family, people don't know how they're going to respond. That you get a lot of people that, oh well, I'll do this, and I'm saying no, hey, okay, gotta hopefully that happens to you, but I've seen too many times when people will basically run away or they just totally freeze up.
Flee.
Yes.
Flee is that other F word, if I'm right.
Well,
but yeah.
But go ahead, creative.
I just want to add in something as when you're growing up, as we're growing up, right? People, the younger generation, for example, right? They're not as familiar with prepping it. Right? Well, we're talking about like things that happen, right? Sometimes you gotta remember. I experienced this when I was young. Is that the party life that the younger generation goes through? Some of us go through it. The drinking, whatever, the partying, right? We got to remember things happen in those situations at times. Alcohol's involved, right? Fights break out, right? And things can happen. And you're intoxicated, right? So it's just like how you react, you don't know. Like,
yeah,
it happens.
Yeah, reactions and stuff like that. I mean, you can sort of mentally inoculate yourself through, exposure to events, training, and stuff like this, or seeing other people in certain events like that, which goes a long way. But at the end of the day,
it's not totally real.
No, it's a lot of it can be circumstantial as well.
I mean, it's one thing to see it on the news, see it on the video, hear a story about it, but it's in your face right next to you. They can touch you, kind of deal or whatever, or point something on you. That's totally different because your adrenaline, your emotions start to rise, right? Because the stress level would probably go up, right? Because there's some sort of situation in front of you that's happening, and you have to do something, whatever it is.
Yeah, what I was saying is that a person who is pre-exposed to that sort of event or has trained for it.
Hey, Mark.
Hello, everybody.
Hey, Mark.
Hey, bacon guy.
Quicker,
I mean, raccoon.
Oh, whatever.
Oh, whatever.
I'm the rabid raccoon chef. That's me. Yeah.
Yeah.
What up, PV?
How you doing? All right.
Oh, I'm hanging in there.
Yeah. All right, keep going.
What was it? Yeah, at the end of the day, it all comes down to risk. I don't think a lot of people know how to conduct any sort of, personal risk assessment or situational risk assessment, or how to look at them, or how to readjust themselves, aka OODA loop type stuff, or this sort of thing. So a lot of people don't understand risk, what risk is. And normalcy bias can extend from on a personal level all the way up to a global type level. I mean, look at the sun at the moment. We're in solar maximum at the moment of the 11-year cycle and the 88-year cycle combining into this what we're at the moment, which has peaked, and no one's really talking much about solar preparation, what to do if you have a mega solar flare and all this sort of thing. Yet we're in the vulnerable, months of it now. And I think everyone just will sit back and rely on the media to tell them what's going to happen, the power grid to stabilize it and sort things out and stuff like this. But, as I said before, we're literally 8 minutes to 16 hours away from a massive grid down disaster worldwide. It will potentially never come back. And so that's a massive normalcy bias scale that we're all thinking. I mean, obviously, we can't think about these things all the time, otherwise you'll drive yourself mad. You can't go around walking around thinking, oh, I've got to get to the store in 8 minutes because there might be a solar flare. I've got to go there in case a car hits me. I might get mugged on that corner, etc., etc.
I got to eat something in 8 minutes.
That's not what I'm saying. But what I'm saying is, you got to weigh up the risk.
Hey, Dave Knight, good to see you.
Things happening.
Welcome, Dave.
Balanced on balanced on your ability to survive the events or counter it when and if it does happen.
So I had the perfect conversation with my sister today that fits exactly this.
Right.
I literally, we text every morning. I text her. I send her pictures, memes, whatever. And she laughs. We chit chat a little bit on a text, but I can only text so much. So finally I just called her because it started getting, a little thick. And I'm like, I just called. And she's like, good morning. I'm like, yeah. I said, so what do you know about what this one thing? I'm not going to say particular things right now because it's just not worth it. But this one thing that's going on in America right now, I know Texan mentioned it a few minutes ago. I heard him. And what do you know about that? She's like, oh, really? And I sent her the map and the website link. And she's like, holy crap. I'm like, yeah, it's right down the street from your house. I'm like, don't go out of the house. Well, why would they do this? I'm like, oh, my God. I said, I asked her, I said, so what do you know, don't you know? She's like, there's so much. We watch the news. We watch this, all different news outlets, but they don't go online to look at, other points of view. And she's like, there's just so much going on. She's like, I just don't have enough brain energy to keep track of it all. I was like, well, that's the problem. I was like, I've been keeping track of this stuff for a decade, little bits here and there, but you can start to understand things. So when something happens, something new in the news, whatever, you already understand the background behind it. You're not trying to figure it out on the fly because she figures it out on the fly, what they tell her, and then tomorrow something else hits the news and she forgot all about that. I'm like, yeah, sweetie, they're all linked up. A lot of this stuff is all connected and it all goes back to a certain person, group, whatever. And I really wish you would keep track of it. And she's just like, I just don't have the brain energy for it. And she alerted me to basically that is the problem in all over the world. There's so much going on, so much news getting jammed down your throat every day, something different here, there, this country, that country. Everybody just starts getting into it and they ignore it. They're like, okay, I'll wait for the next thing to happen. Okay, well, it's not in my neighborhood. So it's not in my house. Oh, it's not in my country.
Yeah,
exactly. And we all, it's complacency, period.
It's a lot of people, I can't remember how there's a study done and it basically determined the fact that one of the reasons why people watch news isn't to see what's going on in the world. It's to give themselves some sort of comfort barrier in the fact that the events aren't happening there, at your location.
Yeah, not in my house.
Yeah, exactly. Turn on the news. There's a massive war broken out in the Far East. Oh well, yeah, no worries. Don't get on with it. It's not happening here. So
until your neighbor gets drafted and he winds up going, and then you see the car pull up to the house 2 months later with the guy in a uniform walking up with a box with a flag in it. Then it kind of hits a little closer to home, but it wasn't your kid. So, well, he knew what he was getting into. I mean, there's always that until it happens to you. And then it's like, how did I not see this? It's like, maybe because you've just been ignoring everything the way they want us. They want you to ignore it. They want, overwhelm the senses so bad. You're just immune to everything. And just like, yeah, whatever. I mean, I'm not immune to it. I see it, but I don't let it rule my life. I rule my life. So I know what I can control and what I can't control. Well, I can control food, water, shelter. Mm-hmm. I can control all those things. So I do it for me and my close family and a few close friends. And they all have something to offer. My family is my family. My friends, they all have something to offer. That's why I'm friends with them. And they know where to go if something happens. So,
yeah, I totally agree with that, Mark.
Yeah, I agree, definitely.
Because if you think about it, I mean, something across the border, I can't do much about. I mean, to a certain degree, You know, to a certain extent, I can do something or whatever, talk to people or whatever, right? Persuade people or whatever, right? But it's not like I'm walking or flying across the border to do something about it, right? So I got to work with what I have here, right? Your own kind of zone that you're in, your own neighborhood, your own community, your own city, town, house, home, apartment, or whatever, right? Always start from within first, right? You know, your body, your home, right? Then start to explore it outwards.
Yeah, I literally
Because or else you'll just drain yourself right out, right? Because you'll be like, oh, I gotta stock up on this, I gotta do all this, and I gotta help
Hey
someone.
Nancy, good to see you.
You know, like it starts to wear you down. So you gotta
this
focus
thing
back
going
on the
on in
simple thing.
this thing going on in the States right now. It's literally going on 4 miles from where my house right now. And it starts at noon. I drove past it at like 11. I had to go to one of the stores out there. I decided to go that way just to see. And then cops already had the street shut down. I'm like, okay. And then it was detours everywhere. I'm like, well, we're done. I'm not going back out there with my cameras or anything. I just don't want to be involved with it. I don't want to be caught close to it. I don't want to be associated with it. Nothing.
And you're too busy to be preparing to deal with it.
No, I literally ran to the next town over to go to a store, two same stores. I was looking for extension poles, like painter's poles that you can extend, not for painting, for holding my tarp up when I go to the food show this coming week. And fiberglass that lasts forever. I got them really cheap with LEDs on the end for painting. I'm like, well, the LEDs are an added touch, but
lights. Lights.
Why not? For the price, I had 4 of them. I bought all 4. I just need to figure something out for the middle.
Yeah.
But I'm just staying away from it. And it was going on in that town too, the next town over. But on the other side of where I was, I'm like, I don't have to go near it. And I just don't want anything to do with it.
Hey, dear love, good to see you.
I know what's going on. I know why they're doing it. And I just worry it doesn't get out of control.
Right. Hi, everyone.
Hello.
Hi.
Yeah.
What's up, girl?
Yeah.
Oh. And done. I've fallen and I can't.
He will be back.
Another test run.
Yeah, test run.
He was just doing a mic check.
I mean, sometimes I think, you know, when it comes to normalcy bias, I think
Really funny.
a lot of people just aren't bothered. They don't really about. You know, a lot of people just aren't bothered about preparing. They'll just say, whatever, you know, let it happen. I'll deal with it when it happens. You know, I'm strong enough to happen. You know, to deal with it when it happens. I'm fit enough to deal with it when it happens. Or they'll say, okay, whatever. You know, if anything does happen, I'll go and rob another someone else. Or I know the guy 3 doors away. He's a prepper. I'll go nick all his stuff. You know, good luck with that. But
I thought you was Mike. That was your voice is different because you've been not so well lately. Sorry about that. Sorry.
Yeah, I've got a bad throat. So yeah, I think a lot of people just aren't bothered. You know, this if we narrow this segment down to people who aren't prepared, aren't actively preparing, got no interest in preparing, they're obviously just not bothered.
I think the TV and I think they've done a good job at making the people believe that it ain't going to happen. And if something happened, they're only going to be in certain places, maybe the odd earthquake here, the odd war here. But then you've got a lot of people that are very trusting and of the government, and the government have done a good job as well. The globalists, all these people distracted everybody.
Yeah, a lot of people might think, you know, I don't want to speculate for other people, but I get the impression that also they think, you know, it might happen, but I'll be fine.
Yeah, things like that as well.
You know.
Well, that's like the old saying, "Oh, the government will save us."
Yeah.
Yeah, they'll save you from succeeding. That's what they're going to save you from.
Well, I mean, this is it's a bit of a conundrum.
Hey, Emily, good to see you.
Dig into people's mindset because in certain aspects, if you take that point of view, then in certain aspects, the government does help people. if you watch TV and you see, there's a massive earthquake on some island or some volcano is going off. Next thing you see is these flotilla of Navy ships from France, Britain, America, Canada, etc., turning up and delivering all this aid and so on and so on and so on. And then the news changes to another article. And the mindset is, they must be okay. They're being sorted out by the Navy of all these other countries. However, I mean, I've been on deployments before, and over 70% of the manpower, stores, and logistics involved in any sort of deployment is just purely to look after yourselves and to keep your own self-sustaining bubble going. Less than 30% will go on the actual aid delivered to these people, and it literally is a token effort. I mean, these people, all these foreign aid agencies that turn up, most of them are just literally crisis management. They're looking at restoring big infrastructure items, supply routes and stuff like this, so that they can get back out of that zone as soon as possible. Ticking the box, done their job, see you later. Meanwhile, on the ground,
Okay, Emily, no
average
problem.
family of 4 are struggling with water, no food, etc., etc. If you drill down to the worst, a worst case scenario was like the Puerto Rico hurricane, was it? Just got left in the lurch. Great, thanks very much.
Yeah.
But yeah, government is just a total token effort, really. It really is when it comes to aid, because it's more self-sustaining to keep themselves ticking over than actually distributing any effort or aid whatsoever, apart from getting big infrastructure type stuff going.
Can I add something to this?
Yeah, feel free to do so.
I was going to say, even if there is aid going around, let's just say some sort of, let's say, forest fire, right? This is actually what is happening here in Canada right now to a certain degree, and it has happened in the past, right? Yeah, you may get some aid or whatever, right? But this aid that's going around has to go around to a lot of people, probably.
Yeah.
Right. So you might get the minimal amount, even at that, right? So if you do prepare in advance, for example, right, with a little food, water, and such, you'll have a little bit more supplies to work with, right? If that makes any sense, right? Like, when I see that kind of stuff, I'm just like, wouldn't it be nice to have something that you already have, right? Maybe you do get you required some aid. Yeah, I get it. It's an earthquake zone, fire. Yeah, that's a big deal, right? You probably just lost your home or whatever, right? And I understand that, but wouldn't it be nice to have a can opener? maybe some freeze dry food, some water filters, some that so let's just say you only get a gallon of water of aid, right? But you have a family of 4. Oh, look, I can give the gallon of water to my child or whatever wife, and I'll go find some food, find some water, use this water filter, for example, right? That way it extends the resource out better, if that makes any sense.
Yeah, and what I have heard, which is a pretty common question from people when you talk to them, is why should I prepare? Well, nothing happens. Nothing will happen. So why stock up on unnecessary things? And when you explain, that is your insurance. Why do you have an insurance for your house? Why do you have an insurance for your car? If something happened, exactly the same thing to have stocked up food, water, and things like that. It's the same thing in insurance.
Yeah.
Car insurance, house insurance. The other answer you'll get is, well, I can't even get a mortgage for my house without buying the insurance, so it's forced on us, and that's what they'll say.
Yeah.
And I can't drive a car in my state without insurance. They won't let me get my car registered private.
Yeah,
So,
it's the same thing here. You need to have an insurance on your car to drive it.
right.
If you don't have it, you are not allowed to drive it.
And you can get the cheapest. Like, oh, I got the cheapest insurance. Great. But now when you have your deductible is like stupid money and they only pay up to a certain point. So it just comes out of you then. Yeah. That's the unfortunate part about insurances.
Can I add something else in?
Yeah, feel free to do so, CR.
I've said this before and I've written this before. I was gonna write it in the chat, but I'll say it. Prepping is insurance you don't have to wait on hold for, right? Because
Exactly.
you're doing it already, all right? And you don't, it's providing you have, the resources and the gear, and of course the skill and knowledge and experience to back that all up, right? Wouldn't it be nice to, have something in advance that you don't have to wait on hold or wait days and days for, right? And have to go through the hassle of all that stuff, right?
Yeah.
Like, no one likes to wait on hold. Because I could just imagine some sort of situation or whatever, right? With your home or whatever, and, like, for example, if you just lost all your ID, your paperwork, all these deeds that you have, birth certificate, ID, driver's license, all this stuff because you didn't prepare in advance. Look, the hassle you have to go through, all those hoops you have to go through just to gain all that back. Right? If you did prepare in advance, copies, whatever, it's a little bit easier, less stressful. You don't have to jump so many hurdles just to get that all done, just to get something back. If that makes any sense.
Yeah. And Vanessa has a point here in when you can no longer drive. Are you prepared?
Yeah. I've seen people.
That's a really good question.
I've seen people, married couple, one of them can drive, the other one can't. One of them dies, and the one that can't drive is the remaining living person, and they're stuck in a place where there's no bus routes or anything like this, and they're literally just completely isolated now. So that's a simple sort of good example there. Yeah.
Yeah, that can mess things up if one does not have a driver's license, and that can be for different reasons. Medical health issues that you are not allowed to are allowed to have a driver's license. For instance, epilepsy, for example, you are not allowed to drive if you have that. You are not even allowed to get your driver's license. So, well, there are a lot of different health issues you are not allowed to.
I think one of the benefits of having a load of preps, I mean, I use my preps all the time. I'm constantly cycling through them when it comes to food. Batteries, I'm always constantly cycling through those. Anything that breaks in your house or wherever you are, you can go to your preps and dig out your contingency, have a quick fix until it gets sorted out. I mean, last month, the shower hose broke in our house, and it was a couple of days before the bank holiday weekend and all this sort of thing when shops are shut. So dig out the preps, get the alternate shower out, use that. Fine, not a problem. But if you didn't have that sort of thing, then you'd have to start thinking about alternate, basic sort of other measures. Yeah, shower. You can do without a shower, but quick example. But yeah, I use my preps all the time. Constantly cycle through them, use them all. When one's gone, replace it. Basic sort of management of things. Yeah.
The other thing that people forget and or do not know how to do is that when something like your shower hose breaks, it's like they have to go to a big box store or go buy a replacement.
Yeah, or call a plumber.
Well, that or plumber, but a prepper will go, I could take a garden hose, cut it here and here, and manufacture it. Throw a couple, they will be ingenuity. They will resource or resupply or reuse something to get something fixed. So
my wife laughs at me when that happens here. Something will malfunction, and I'll fix it. I'll get it working, but I rarely go back and replace it. It's like, it's working. She's like, really? It looks like crap. I'm like, who sees it? You and me? Who cares?
Yeah, system's done a good job at making us look like nutters, and nobody wants to be in that category. So people, they seem like, well, I don't, not concerned, or I don't want to come under a category. It's not commercial enough. It's not brandy. It's not branded. It's not branded enough.
That's true, especially in England. If you are into preparedness in any way, shape, or form in Britain, you'll fringe, a kook, one of those. Yeah, basically outcasting you. People look at you weird, and I mean, a lot of my friends, I don't even 90% of them don't even know I'm a prepper. I don't know what they think I do in my spare time, but
that's why most of us have gone that way. It's like, you know what? Yeah, we've all been singled out, so to speak, as a kook, whatever. We just don't tell anybody. Why would I tell anybody?
I just tell people I like to go camping. That's all.
That's what I know. Well, I got my freeze
I'm proud to be a nutter.
You're prepping for the apocalypse. You have a freeze dryer. It's like, no, I'm like my food.
Proud to be a nutter.
I take all my stuff camping with me. I eat it at night. Sometimes it's like I'm hungry. I didn't pull anything out of the refrigerator or freezer. Screw it. I'm going downstairs. I'll go through my list of my preps. I'm like, oh, here's some chicken and rice and noodles and stuff. Yeah, I'll just add some hot water to that and eat it. It gives me a chance to go through it. It also gives me a chance to go, wow, this tastes like crap, or this tastes good because I did good on it. And but I freeze dry my own meals. So if it tastes like crap, it's my own fault. In which case, I just won't do that recipe again. And I usually taste it, or I always taste it before I pack it up. But yeah, it's like, I'll just eat some of this. My wife will come downstairs, see a foil pack on a counter. She's like, really? You're eating a freeze-dried food? It's like, sweet, I'll make more.
I do that all the time.
Yeah, who cares? I'll just eat it. I'll make another one. I mean, I got that thing running all the time.
Yeah. Okay. And yet they all got the cheek to say things like, oh, if anything happens, we're coming round your house.
That's a common answer too.
Yeah.
That will not happen.
I thought we was nutters. Let us in.
I spoke to a guy once, and he was actually an electrician, and he was absolutely adamant that the grid would never go down, and it could never go down. I thought, hello, you actually in that mindset where you in complete denial as to the possibility of the grid going down. Happens all over the world, and somewhere in the world now the grid's gone down somewhere, whether it be 20 minutes, an hour, or whatever. But to say it never go down, it's just unbelievable. That's complete. Another aspect of it is denial, denying things can happen. For instance, based on what previous experience, or the fact that it's never happened in their location, or but to say it could never happen, Titanic. Oh no, that can never sink. Classic example.
Yeah, that's a very classic example.
The unsinkable ship. Yeah. I can't hear you, Daryl.
I got Vanessa asking me on here. I'm typing on my mad chick side. She's like, what have you freeze dried? I'm like, I have freeze dried so many different things. It's not even funny. I just there's just certain criteria. I know she's listening now going, oh, it's the same guy. Okay.
Yeah. And yet all these kind of engineers, people that are in denial, it could be doctors, it could be judges, it could be, and they're very intelligent people. And you know, when their world is sort of torn, the rug's pulled from under their feet. Oh, the electricity grid will never run out. There'll always a judge. Oh, there'll always be law and order. You know, or a doctor that says, you know, we're going to fix all illnesses, you know, and everyone's going to live forever.
A lot of them they don't live in the real world. Some of these people. I mean, there are an element of society that is so busy, waking up, going to work, coming back, knackered, fall asleep, that, okay, I can understand them saying, I haven't got time to look at the threats, but, you know, there's no real excuse not to have some sort of basic preps in the house or contingencies, you know, or even, you know, if you haven't got anything whatsoever, have a different location or friend's house to go to, or a motel booked inside, you know, something scoped out, you know.
Hey, Norfolk, UK Prepper, good to see you again.
Going back to that conversation I had with my sister this morning, and I know it. Her house, she's like 3 hours away from me. I've been there many times, and I bring her stuff. And I was like, so you know what's going on right now in the Middle East? She's like, oh, yeah, I heard some stuff. I said, so can you imagine living in one of the outlying areas? They just bombed a power station. You got no power. Now what do you do? Well, you know, she's like, well, that won't happen here. I'm like, okay, it won't happen here, but, you know, it might happen sooner than you think. But I'm not saying stock up with 100 years of supplies and spend every dime in your bank account to do it. But do you have anything in your house besides like beer and Cheetos to get you through a day or two?
Yeah, I think we're misunderstood. I think they misunderstand us for fearmongers in some way.
Yeah.
In some way.
They think we are nutcases with tinfoil hats.
Well, a lot of people were caught out in this normalcy bias trap a couple of months ago, when all of a sudden half of Europe lost power.
Yep.
France, Portugal, Spain, parts of Germany, Holland. You know, and the grid was, because they're all interconnected in Europe, and Britain was teetering on the edge because that was about to get overloaded and break down. And you know, it's never happened before really at that scale, so that caught a lot of people out. And emerging, you know, another aspect of this is emerging threats as well. We look at the cyber attack threat. People, there's certain elements of society and certain spheres of knowledge that talk about a cyber attack taking down the grid or a large portion of the grid. Yet that hasn't really materialized that we know of, or hasn't been labeled as such so far. And that could quite easily happen now, you know. Hey, Norfolk UK Prepper, how you doing?
Can I add something?
Yeah, go on.
Yeah.
This reminds me, real world example of that might have not quite have happened yet, right? But there is things that have happened. In the U.S., AT&T went down. Here in Canada, Rogers Communication went down. Right? On a Friday, right? People couldn't get money out because there's no connection, right? So if you had cash, you're still good. If you had supplies, food, whatever, you just waited a little bit longer, right? And those things actually really did happen though, right? 2022, that was 2023, if I remember right? Mark, with AT&T, I think.
Oh yeah.
Hey, Nick,
Yeah, right?
good to see you.
We just
And
had
that stuff really did happen.
had a big Google outage yesterday.
Yeah,
And
something like
my
that.
daughter
So
called
like,
me and said Google now they can use Google Drive for their company because everybody's storing their crap in the
Excuse me,
cloud.
guys.
yeah, okay. Yeah. And that stuff actually happens, right? And it's a real world example. That might not be the grid going down, but it's a form of part of the grid, I guess, the communication aspect of it, right? So, I mean, you know, yeah, they tried to get it back as fast as possible, right? Having some sort of contingency or backup to, you know, where, oh, I might not have Google Maps, but I know where it is. I've traveled it before, right? I've seen it before, right? Or you have a paper map or, you know, some other means of getting that information.
recently I was scammed. Someone managed to register my card on their device, and I was not aware of it. And last week, I mean, I cancelled my card, got a new card, and all that in the meantime. But anyway, they managed to get some money out of my account after trying a few times. But like I said, they waited a long time. It turns out that on the 18th of November, we found out someone had registered my my card on their phone. So technology is getting very clever today as well. You've got to be very careful. Like PB was saying, cyber attacks. There's all kinds of attacks. Can you guys hear me?
Yeah.
All right.
There's another. You look back at Hurricane Katrina as a large-scale event, which a lot of people suffered from normalcy bias in the fact that a large portion of the population stayed in place because they didn't actually believe it was going to be as bad as predicted. They thought they could just stay in place and ride it out, believing it was, it wouldn't be as bad as the news agencies said it would be. They thought, it's not going to be that bad, and they underestimated the potential for any sort of levee failing and flooding to occur because of external sort of, when you got compounded events that will build up on top of each other, which comes to a classic disaster scenario. Probably a lot of people didn't take that into account as well, but at the end of the day, they were overwhelmed and faced with complete disarray, life-threatening situations, stranded, and a lot of people died. A lot of people required rescuing, whereas all the warnings were on the cards to begin with. Get out. This is going to be a dangerous event, but they just, for some reason, just didn't bother heeding to the warnings.
Whenever 2 weekends ago, I was we have Sam's Club here, which is just a big food club. Pay your dues every year, whatever. And I always go in there. I know certain things I go in there for, period. That's usually what I go in for. I'll wander around and look, but I don't need much else. And I was walking down the aisle with all the dried beans, rice, noodles, stuff like that. And there's a younger couple with a carriage. And I sort of heard them talk. And she's like, well, how many beans do you think we're going to need? And I knew they were not talking about having a Spanish party where they needed a lot of beans. And he's like, well, I don't know. What about rice? We should get because this is what this. I literally walked up to him and said, look, I don't know who you are. You don't know who I am. I said, I'm going to tell you right now, how many days in a row do you think you're going to be able to eat beans and rice? And I preface, if you're buying it for just long-term storage, how many days do you think you're going to just eat rice and beans? And do you have water to cook it with? And they immediately, their jaws dropped. And then the guy kind of sided up to me and he was trying to be quiet because he didn't want the world to hear that he's trying to be a prepper. And I was like, look, you're not prepping, you're preparing. I said, but you're not going to eat 50 pounds of rice and beans and call it good. I said, get what you like. I said, just have enough for 3-4 weeks, whatever. I said, the expiration date on most of these canned goods is 2 years. I said, but rotate through. And I just had a general conversation. They were so excited that somebody walked up to them out of the blue. I don't care who they are. They didn't care who I was. But I just explained some stuff to them in a very calm manner. And they're like, now they're like all about following me around the store. Like, what's this guy going to get? It's like, oh, I've already got everything I need. I'm good. Just don't follow me home because you won't make it out alive. And, but they were very nice, but you could tell they were scared. And this was last weekend. And they're just scared. I'm like, oh my God, we need to buy a lot of food. One of them must have watched the YouTube video, like somebody I don't want to talk about up in Canada that has a big channel. And it freaked them out because somebody sent them the link or they saw it on Facebook. So now everybody's freaking out, thinking I need to get everything I need right now. And they're going to go drain their bank accounts and have stuff that they're never going to eat.
Yeah.
And we all did that to some extent when we first started. And then we look back going, yeah, that was dumb. Don't get me wrong. The rice I got, I sealed it up in 1 pound packages, vacuum chamber sealed them. Oh, my rice is good for a very long time. And but every now and then I'll go downstairs and grab a pound of rice. My wife's like, "Oh, don't use that." I'm like, "Why, honey? I got like 80 pounds down there. We're not going to run out of rice tomorrow."
All right, boy, calm down.
You want it for your chow mein?
Now I'm getting hungry.
Speaking of which, I need to go to the store and get 12 cases of toilet paper.
There you go. Hurry up. Your ass is getting dirty.
I think the the classic case of normalcy bias is when say you're sat in a restaurant, the fire alarm goes off, everyone just looks at each other, waiting for someone to either respond first or get out, run out the door first, or just carry on eating and make a joke of it.
That actually, you know what? Can I add a story in? I've said this before. I've said this before. Now I was at this. Well, I wouldn't say tavern, but a lounge. You know, during the daytime, the fire alarm went off, right? And I said to everyone, I'm like, because I had some friends around, we were just playing pool, right? And I just said to everyone, I'm like, okay, everyone, it's probably just a false alarm, but let's go check, make sure everything's good, right? Because, you know, we're here together, right? So people are, you know, the waitress checked in the back, the waiter checked in the back, we're checking outside the entrances and stuff like that. We're like, anyone see any smoke? I just said it, right? Because I'm like, we're in this together right now, right? I've got friends in the building, right? You know, just so we know that we're good, right? And not assume that, you know, it's this or that, right? I'd rather know, visually see it, right? Be like, you know, we all checked, right? You know, versus, you know, being complacent about, oh, it's just a false alarm, let's just forget about it, or just run out the door kind of deal, right?
I think those sorts of situations are quite funny, actually, watching people wait for someone else to act first before they sort of agree and join in with you. I think we've probably all been there as well.
Mm-hmm. Can I end in something else? There is another bias that I've seen around. I've heard too, right? That probably most of you have heard. It's that hoarding thing that you hear about at times, right? You know, oh, I don't want to be a hoarder, right? You know, but I mean, if you don't want to be a hoarder, but you don't want to be dependent or have your family suffer unnecessarily or go through, you know, the headache of stuff, you know, you see it at times, right? I've heard it before too, where people are like, "Oh, I don't want to be a hoarder," right? I mean, then just get enough what you need, right? Just a little bit more, right? You know, you don't have to have it all the way up to the ceiling, right? But a couple extra cans that you rotate through, you do inventory of, right? Something manageable, right? Something like that, right? Where it's well organized, you rotate it in and out, right? The first in, first out kind of thing, right?
I
mean, to me, then.
Sorry.
Yeah. Go ahead.
Yeah. No, you carry on, brother.
No.
Your microphone dropped down on your shirt there.
Sorry, my bad.
No, not you.
Oh, for once.
I don't know. Whatever. We can barely hear him.
Yeah. But you know, I hear that all the time at times, right? Oh, I don't want to be known as hoarder, right? Okay, then just manage it well, then, right? First in, first out, right? You know, use up the things that are closer to their better by date or whatever, right? Rotate the food, rotate the water, right? Even the batteries, right? Oh, I don't want to have all this stuff flying around, right? Because some people don't like clutter, right? Okay, then just have enough of it, right? Just enough of it. Organize it, right? Make the system for it, then, right? So it works for you, if that makes any sense.
Yeah, it makes total sense. But not everybody.
Because you hear that all the time at times, right? I've seen videos.
A lot of people just don't.
Yeah.
You know, it's like,
I mean, because there is a fine line.
They check the date on the can of food when they go to eat and go, oh crap, this thing expired 4 years ago and it's been right in the front of your cabinet the whole time. But then again, you bought something that you don't normally eat. So
Or you
why
didn't
did you
check on
buy
it.
it?
Yeah,
Yeah,
or you
it
didn't
was
check on
on
it.
sale. That's my wife's favorite one. It was on sale. Great. You bought it on sale. We just threw it out. So how much
Yeah.
money did we save? Nothing. We lost
Yeah.
money. Well, you know,
Yeah.
okay.
Yeah, exactly, right? I mean, like, because there's the whole spending too much money or it's very expensive. I mean, there's certain things. Let's say if you get a generator, get some containers for water, you get the food, you got to pay for it. Even the seeds, right, to a certain degree. But there's other ways of saving some money for it, as in using what you have, saving seeds, for example, maybe buying in bulk. Right, going in with other people to buy in bulk, you know, a big supply of it, whatever it is, right? Like, yeah. All right, you guys continue on.
Are you,
Can
are
you
you
guys? Can you hear me now?
Yeah.
Yeah. Go ahead.
Can
Go
you?
ahead.
Can you hear me now?
Yeah.
Yeah. Go ahead.
Yeah, it's quite normal, like you were saying, to go through your stuff, rotate it, get your beans, your few cans of beans and what have you. It's actually quite normal. How people ain't doing that anyway, but you hear generally people have got like 3 days worth of food in their house. But you know, preppers like to have a bit more. But again, they're like, you know, we got fast food, we got microwaves, you know, you preppers are like, you know, you're like Quakers, you're like the Amish, you know, you live in the desert, you know, you live in the bushes, you know, you're not in the real world. Yeah. So it's quite normal to have basic prepping stuff in your house, your salt, your pepper, your spices, your rice, your beans, your sort of bulk sort of stuff, and then you might go to the shops and get your meat or your fish or your vegetables, whatever, if you're a vegan, vegetarian. I've seen videos, like Chef was saying, I've seen videos of people that have had, like, you know, like 100 kilos of beans. It's like,
Yeah.
you know, literally like big buckets of them in their warehouse, and, you know, rice and all sorts. And it's like, okay, but you know, you need to, you don't want to just be eating beans or rice.
Yeah.
You need some
Yeah.
more than that.
I think what would be a good program in the future would be talking about lessons learned as a prepper, to do with things like, you know, I've bought some stuff and I've had it for so long, and I found out it's this or it's that or whatever, or this gadget. I bought this. Lessons learned as preppers, as, you know, because there's loads of stuff out there as well, which
Yeah,
makes
it
it
is.
even look madder, because there's loads of cheap gadgets out there. So people look at preppers almost like we're, I don't know. It's almost maybe they got us associated with homeless people or tramps or something.
Yeah. Hey, Mother Earth Garden Club. Good to see you.
Well, we're going to find out. We're going to find a lot of people are not prepared, and we as preppers, we may find ourselves leading groups. Not, I don't know. It could happen. People will freak out, like we said earlier. Engineers, doctors, judges, what have you. They'll be in denial. I mean, I'm due in court in the morning. I'm sorry, Judge. You're not. It's not working, and it's all bombed. Everything's all messed up. Yeah, but we nothing can get messed up. Yes, it can. Got a big case tomorrow. Yeah, oh well, it's off.
Well, gentlemen, I'm going to get out of here and let y'all continue on. Peace be with you. Shadows, honor, and strength, my brother.
Strength and honor, brother.
Have a great day, guys.
Cheers, man.
Brother. God bless you.
Catch you later. Yeah, it's funny how people just resist any way, any shape or form as to mitigate their, you know, for the threats that face them and stuff like that. Yeah, you know, as we've seen recently, something happens and then you're bailing down to the store and fighting over toilet paper.
Yeah.
Great stuff. Can't wait.
Dribble.
Peace Journey says, I have a select list of items that I can mix into very different meals with seasonings. I keep stock for everyday crises such as loss of power, weather events, job loss keeps me secure. Yeah.
Good.
Yeah.
Very good.
I mean, certain situations are going to be, if you get an event that happens which is such a large scale, then majority of people, including the majority of preppers, probably aren't going to be able to sustain themselves through it anyway. So, at what level do you stop at? I mean, you can get backup generators for power outages and stuff like this. How much fuel have you got?
Yeah.
How much can you store? How much water can you store, and so on? Unless you're in a place where you're living next to a mountain stream that's going to provide you fresh water all the time and all this sort of thing, or a well, or that you've got your own desalination plant and stuff, but not going to happen, is it?
Mountains. In the mountains, you can find water. You can find refuge in the mountains. It's good for defensive positioning as well. It's also for visual positioning. You can see a lot.
Well, it comes with its risk as well, doesn't it? Landslides, mudslides, water runoff.
Well, yeah.
Inability to grow things out.
Solid foundation, somewhere with hard rock foundation, something solid. No volcanoes in the area. What was it you were saying the other day that was it Etna that went off?
Yeah, Mount Etna's erupting at the moment. Yeah.
So,
and what did you get? You got a load of tourists at the top of Mount Etna looking into the crater or near to it. And the next thing you
showed me the footage of them running away.
Yeah, it blows and they're all in a panic running away from it because they thought it could never happen while they were there.
I'm even wary of streams, even now, even like on a normal day. Like I said, I don't like streams. Well, that just indicates to me that that's where the water is going to sort of go. If there's a large amount of water, it's going to end up coming through here, and this stream is no longer going to be a little stream. It's going to be a big river, flowing river.
Oh,
You've got flash floods. You've got people that say, "Oh, this is a." They'll say things like, "This is a dead river."
Yeah.
People
a dried out river.
Bill seeds on toilet paper square.
And then, people buy houses on that dead river. It's happened in Cyprus. They bought a house on it, and then one year it rained really, really hard, and their place got flooded out.
Yeah.
For me, there's no such thing as a dead anything. If it was once where a river was, well, it's not. I think it's to do with cognitive as well, cognitive bias.
Yeah.
People just, think you're dumb. They think that we're dumb. They think that we can't think, or, we haven't got an understanding of real life.
A lot of people can't comprehend the events that are happening, or the threats that they can't see the threats in things. So the question is, and how deep in the sort of threat assessment thing do you go down? Basically, will probably determine your level of depth of preparedness.
Yeah.
Depending on your
And
where
Norfolk
you
UK
are.
Prepper says, what about making drinking water from seawater through salination?
Yeah,
that would be a reversed osmosis, right?
An RO machine, reverse osmosis, or a still, a solar still that you can use. You get them on boats, but it will depend on where you are. I mean, obviously next to the sea, but if you're on a boat, you would have, your overboard pack, your grab bag, the last ditch evacuation, and so on that you can grab. Like I say, I think it all comes down to the basics of threat assessment. Like if you move into a new house, I would have hoped you would have scoped out, is it on a floodplain? How vulnerable is it to natural disasters and so on? How, what are my evacuation routes? And then you work from there as a basics, and then work onto the natural man-made disasters and the crime and so on. And you can start forming this picture of, give yourself a personal sort of safety survivability assessment based on each one of those.
Yeah, good idea. Make like a kind of a hazard list, potential hazard list. What in your area, what is the potential hazards in my area? Are there floodings? Are there hurricanes? Are there heat waves? What is? So then you make a list of stuff.
Yeah, absolutely. I've done video on this, and basically what you do is you start off with a map. Look at the map. Look at the various features on the map that will indicate flooding and stuff like that. Look at historical events in your area. Has there ever been flooding in that area? I mean, hang on a second.
And you deserve a medal for coming on in your state. Thanks,
For instance, I used to live in an area where they had a massive flood in 1953. The whole island got swamped. Yet there's people there today. All right, they built a seawall around the island now, but it can still happen. And because the seawall doesn't go around the whole island, funnily enough. So the threat is still there. So look at historical events.
Yep.
And then you can start looking at, look on the internet for things like crime statistics. If a neighbour just down the road got burgled 3 days ago, what's your likely chance? You're in an area where it's prone to burglaries and so on. Start thinking about, cameras, alarms, bolstering security up on your house and so on. I mean, another big one which goes over the top of people's heads is one of the most common things that happens to people all around the world is house fires. Yeah. So therefore, if you've got a bedroom upstairs, make sure you can evacuate. If you've only got one route of exit out of the house, you could potentially have a rope ladder that you can throw out the window or some sort of rope to climb down.
Yeah.
So if you're jumping out, you might want to invest in some smoke hoods or fire escape safety masks, or get some extra fire blankets, extra fire extinguishers, heat-proof gloves, all this sort of thing. Just basic stuff. And I wonder how many houses out there haven't even got a fire extinguisher. And that's for one of the most common things that can happen around the world to a household, a fire.
Oh yeah.
You can't really rely on the fire brigade, because by the time they've come out to you in 10 minutes time, for instance, the scenario can change drastically. So they're going to mainly turn up and do damage limitation and hope everyone's out.
Yeah.
So fire is a massive one, really.
Yeah, a lot of the bias is like you said, what people see on TV and the news. There's been a lot of fighting downtown or somewhere near you, so I'm going to run out to the nearest sporting goods store and buy some pieces of metal and pieces of lead, and I'm going to stock up on that. It's like, why? You're going to spend $10,000 on all this stuff and then you got nothing to eat. So yeah, I mean that's unfortunate that's what happens. People see something on TV, the next latest threat, and they go out and try to prepare for just that. Let me go buy that power supply. Let me go buy this. The power's going to go out. I need to buy a DC refrigerator. I need to buy all these things. I spend all this money, and then it may not happen. It may happen, but you just wasted a ton of resources and finances on something you didn't need that much of. But that's the fear. That's the fear factor that is stuck in everybody's heads these days. Is the next latest greatest bad news on the radio or on the TV? We got to follow on that one and go prep up for that. And
Yeah.
those aren't the
beginning to
preppers.
wonder.
Those are the
I'm
those are the
beginning to
people that
wonder
like
if
mongering.
Yeah, I'm beginning to wonder if the system is having a laugh on us, or there are people that are having a laugh with us, because when you think about things in emergencies, there was and like PB said earlier, people were fighting over toilet paper, literally,
Yeah,
like
yeah,
fighting over
literally.
toilet paper. I was thinking, I'm wondering, have you guys seen those? I don't know if they're real, but there's apparently they've got these weapons that can blast out sound, and it can make crowds move.
Oh yeah, they
Yeah.
got
And there's stuff where they could do suggestions, and I'm wondering if they privately laughing, saying, "Look, I don't want to say this in a rude way, but look at the world, look at everyone. We've got so much fear. They're crapping themselves. They can't get enough toilet paper."
No, that's not what they did with the crapping yourself. What they did is they went on the news and said, there's a supply issue in toilet paper. Everybody's buying it up. Now, nobody knows why they're buying it up, but if everybody else is doing it, I better go do it too. So they run out and buy as much as they can. And now I'm literally, my mother-in-law, prime example. Was she a prepper? Technically, yes. Did she know she was? No, not really. But she couldn't drive. So anytime somebody went to the store, she had them buy stuff for her. And we're talking before 2019, she had probably 20 ginormous cases of toilet paper in her house.
Wow.
She was one woman by herself, little woman. She probably used a roll of toilet paper a week, maybe. And I'm still using up the stuff that she had. She passed away. I had to clean her house out. And my wife's like, what are you going to do with it all? I was like, well, I'm bringing it all home. And she didn't argue. She was like, okay. It's not like it's going to go bad. I probably gave 10 cases of toilet paper to friends and family. I was like, we're talking the 42 roll cases.
Wow.
I was like, here, take it. My one daughter's like, I don't want anymore. I don't have room for it. I was like, okay, that's fine.
Wow.
I'll take it all. I made like an extra trip and brought home all the supplies. I got enough freeze-dried coffee to last me probably 20 years. And it'll never go bad, regardless of the expiration date on it. So I brought a lot of stuff home with me. I'm like, oh, she just added to my preps unwittingly.
Yeah, you've become a toilet legend. Some of the youngsters of your family began to high school saying, Uncle Chef brought us a load of toilet paper. Wow.
Yep. I got enough soft paper goods to wipe my butt for probably 50 years.
We're ready for the apocalypse, man. We got enough toilet paper to get us through everything. All right. Let's go, champ.
I just finished using 6 squares of toilet paper for seed tape. I put my seeds in it with a toothpick, make it damp, put another piece on top. While you guys were talking, I was potting it up. I got dill seed. I got 25 dill seeds on one small square in a small pot, and they won't wash away and they grow. And the toilet paper, there's chemicals in it. Well, there ain't that much chemical in one square, so I'm not more chemicals in the crap we're breathing and eating versus a piece of toilet paper for your seeds. Yeah, right there, PV. You sound terrible.
Yeah,
He sounded so off. I saw his symbol, and it wasn't PV symbol. I didn't see PV in the corner there. I heard him speaking. I thought it was Mike, someone else.
I got a new computer, you see, as well. And
PV had a bad week. He got Charlie Victor, and his computer didn't feel that well either. So
I'll tell you what happened. I turned the computer on, and only the top, the whole strip across the top of the screen for 1 inch thick. That's all I could see. The rest of it was all fuzzy and black. I tried to repair the screen and change it, and it wouldn't. It was knackered. So cannibalize it, and I'm staring at a massive pile of computer bits at the moment. So I've got another computer, and setting it up is going to take about a week. And by the time you get rid of all the bloated wear and over-engineered, operating systems, it's got all these ridiculous, things that are trying to help people, and OneNote and all that crap. Get rid of it. That's right. Basic operating system. Yada yada yada. Is it?
It's it's brilliant that you could use this stuff in the way that you do, because you monitor things like the sun, solar eclipses,
Well,
which is
yeah.
a good thing
I
for
mean,
people to get involved with. You tell people, hey, there's potentially this can happen, and they're like, looking at you, looking at people, looking at us like we're nutters again, even if you talk about the weather.
yeah, I mean, natural disasters always happening. There's always a threat of a massive heavy downpour. Simple things like rain, drains can get blocked up and overwhelmed, backing up. Droughts, hosepipe bans coming into effect, which we're about to get one soon here because we're going into drought. We're having no rain for about 2 weeks. I don't know. The whole system's fragile, and
Yeah.
people just don't seem to be bothered. A classic, hosepipe ban. The aquifers are running low. Apparently, we haven't had rain for a while. The reservoirs are low, and there's talk about a hosepipe ban. Yet people are still, you see them out there. Yeah, don't apply to me. I'm going to still hose my garden down. I'm not bothered about anyone else and all this sort of thing until the actual tap stops running, and then they'll start to raise their eyebrows and wonder why. Well, that time's too late, It's another. The ignorance factor is another one. I mean, the road next to us at the moment,
Yeah.
just left to right, and that's it. It goes on, and there's a bridge nearby, and the bridge was replaced a couple of years ago. And for about a year, it took them to replace this bridge because there was all sorts of things involved. And the road was at the top of the road. There's a junction, 400 meters away. Sign there saying road closed, bridge replacement, access only to residents. Yeah, every day in that year, you'd see a car come down, get to the cones. Oh, it is really closed. They are really closed, replacing the bridge. As if, the 3 or 4 signs that they've just driven past didn't apply to them. They put them out for a joke or something, it's not a real thing, completely, sort of, I don't know, self-centered ignorance in the fact it doesn't apply to them and it's not a real sign, or they've left them out too late and this sort of thing. But every day you'd get someone come down, turn around, and say, yeah, there's another one there. Another one who didn't believe the signs and stuff.
Yeah.
Yeah, normalcy bias. I mean, yeah, like we say, there's only so much you can do. If you have what can people do? If you get a generic set of contingencies or preps to see you through, they should cover a majority of events. You'll get these other little events that pop up that might be specialist equipment, but at the end of the day, if you've got the core elements of water, food, shelter, security, you're a long way to being wholly prepped anyway. So you just don't see that, and a lot of people are just flying on a wing and a prayer, I think, hoping things won't happen.
I think a disaster to a lot of people is if they find McDonald's has closed down.
Yeah.
Can't get their morning breakfast.
Yeah, and when something does happen, it's such a shock to the system.
Yeah.
They run around like headless chicken, and they start causing other people problems then, because their inability to prepare suddenly becomes someone else's disaster. Then you've got to be able to help them in their eyes.
Even simple stuff like currency, even like people think, okay, I've got my ATM, I've got my credit card. Like you said, there could be cyber attacks which could, affect the potentially the money that's in the bank. Oh, we haven't got the funding anymore. I think in some cases in South America, some of the banks were like, there's no money today, sorry. you know, or that you can take
Yeah.
$10 out.
I mean,
People-
cyber
like,
attacks
people
is a
haven't-
funny one because
Yeah.
we're the end user in many aspects of things, from the card in your hand to switching on the light and so on. And so we're reliant on the workers in those establishments, the specialists, keeping those essential items of infrastructure ticking over. Yet cyber attacks go on every second of every day throughout the world.
Hey,
And it just
Diana, too. Good
depends.
to see you.
We're holding our life in the hands of, or life as we know it, in the hands of the people involved in these companies, the security aspects of them being robust. And probably if you was to ask most people, they know that it isn't as robust as people think. In terms of, because people are lazy, people cut corners, you know, people's passwords aren't robust enough, all sorts of things. And the amount of, you know, if people are actually aware of the amount of cyber attacks that go on at every given moment, it would just be completely, it will wake them up drastically. And it's just literally a matter of time, I think, before we get some sort of cyber attack that causes a major aspect of life to change, whether it be for a week or more, whatever it is. But the risk is there, and therefore you should do something about it. Why people don't? They just don't think it's going to happen, or they think the people, you know, maintaining these things and keeping things going will sort it out, and it would just be a minor inconvenience for a couple of days at most. But that could well not be the case. AKA,
everyone's so dependent on the system now, the internet, their
well,
phone.
yeah,
They pay,
that's it. Yeah,
you know, they without their phone, you know, they can't get on the bus, can't get on the train, they can't buy anything anymore. They just trust. I saw this girl recently. She had her phone stolen, and she just looked lost in the street. I said, "What's wrong?" I was walking my dog, and she said, "Oh, someone just took my phone. Can you help me to get it back?" I said, "How long ago?" 5 minutes. About 5 minutes ago. And by that time, her sister came out, the husband came out, and you know, the sister came out with a baseball bat or something, or a stick. And I was like, "Well, was he walking?" And she said, "Electric bike." 5 minutes ago. I said, "Well, it's gone now."
Good, yeah. Good luck chasing.
You
that
have no
down.
you have no chance to
Yeah, 30,
find that
30
dude.
seconds around one corner, you're done.
Yeah.
And the poor guy, the gentleman, was there, and he's getting his helmet on to go into his motorbike. And I said, "Well, which direction are you going to head?" Okay, you're going to go straight down that road, but there's, like, you know, like you said, 30 seconds up the road, you turn a corner. And how many corners after 5 minutes have you turned?
Yeah, how many people on electric scooters you're gonna beat with your baseball bat trying to look for a phone?
Yeah.
And so the girl said, I said, "Was it insured?" She said, "No." I said, "Was it a very valuable phone?" She said, £2,000. I said, "How much?" I said, "Who pays
Wow.
£2,000 for a phone?"
She had to have the latest, greatest thing. That's why the other guy was upset, because he probably bought it for.
Yeah, and she said, "I got my banking thing." I said, "Is it like code? Have you got a password?" And she said, "No, it's all open." And oh my
Well,
gosh.
duh. Now you get what
Oh
you
my
said. Then.
god.
So, oops, excuse me, I didn't mean to say, oh gosh. Yeah, that was terrible. But you know, like PV said, you've got to have kind of contingency plan. Okay, I can't get to the cash point, but I've got a couple of, you know, pounds at home.
yeah. Some things are, I mean, they are literally an inconvenience.
Emily.
Really, when it comes down to it, they're an inconvenience which can be overcome. Really, the bigger things, like a cyber attack causing a grid down, or cyber attack causing a GPS failure or something like this, then we're talking when backbone systems start to break down, like the financial structure of things, then that's the impact of those is going to have a massive knock-on effect.
Yeah, definitely.
So
Yeah, maybe finding alternative methods of what's happening with the weather. Because if there's a cyber attack and say a radio station was taken down or a power station was taken down, what other alternative methods are there?
yeah, and unless people should, a lot of people generally do go through life and learn lessons as they go along. Some lessons harder than others, and so on. Learn through other people's mistakes and stuff like this. That's what they should be doing in normal sort of daily life to mitigate against all this sort of thing as well.
I think I've said it before here.
I agree.
I believe a lot of people live their life the way they drive. I get people, and you see them coming. They tailgate you. You got nowhere to go. There's cars right in front of you. They don't see the cars in front of you. They only see what's right in front of them.
Yes.
And then they do everything they can to get around you. And now they're behind somebody else. And they do the same thing. Repeat. It's like,
or the traffic lights.
they don't see, they have no outlook. They don't look around and see that there's a tractor trailer up there that just pulled out in front of everybody and everybody's about to hit the brakes. No, they're going to tailgate you right to the bitter end and then blame you for hitting the
Tunnel
brakes.
vision.
Yeah, basically tunnel vision. It's just short-sightedness. Everything, whatever, it's instant gratification right here, right now. I got in front of you. I feel good. Oh, there's another guy. I got to get in front of him to feel good again. That's how they live their life. I'm convinced of that because I see it all the time. It's just something wrong with this society.
What do you guys call rubbernecking in America?
Rubbernecking.
Rubbernecking, yeah. You get
Well, we
those
call it that on the East Coast. There's different terms for it all over the country, but in New Jersey, New York area, it was always called rubbernecking. Everybody slows down to see the pretty lights on the other side of the highway, thinking they're going to get a ticket from a cop that's got somebody else pulled over going the opposite direction on a 60-mile-an-hour road. But they slow down because I don't want to get a ticket. It's like, dude, really? Are you kidding me? You could do 100. They're not going to turn around in time and get you, but okay.
Lisa has a good question. Do you think walkie-talkies would work in a crisis? Yes, definitely.
It depends on the walkie-talkie. I mean, if you got your standard CB radio, channel 17 walkie-talkie that they used to sell way back in the day, yeah, they'll work with a little.
It'll help. It'll help.
Alternative.
Your range is only like a mile on dead level ground.
Phones go
down. You got all the other radios.
Trees.
They're different. Yeah, you got the radios out there. All the other ones that have a 20-mile range. Yeah, if I'm standing on top of one mountain with no obstructions and you're on a mountain 20 miles away, you might hear me. That's it.
Yeah.
But in congested areas, buildings, cities, stuff like that, lots of trees and hills, no, you'd be lucky to get a mile or two. And
You'd
then
be lucky
everybody else can hear what you're saying anyway, so it's not like you want to use it like a telephone, and people do that. They're not too bright.
Yeah, Mesh-tastic is good. Somewhat Norfolk Preppers there.
Yeah.
Balfanger call as well.
Yep, Mesh-tastic, yep. Now, will they work if the grid goes down and you're relying on repeater antennas? Probably for a short period of time until the generators run out of fuel at the repeaters.
Yeah. Mesh-tastic ones are okay if you got a bunch of other Mesh-tastic users in range that you can relay up of each other. Otherwise, it's pretty much pointless.
Yeah.
Both ends, they're good for the money, but they literally are cheap lumps of crap in terms of.
What about old CB radios? Please ask.
In terms of build quality, but old CB radios are more robust than the newer ones.
I just texted. I still have my old CB radios I had back in the 80s. Yeah. I had some guy tweak up one of my realistic Radio Shack ones when Radio Shack was a good brand. And instead of putting out 1.2 watts, it's now putting out 5 watts, which is technically illegal, but you're not on it long enough for anybody to triangulate you. And it's just a CB radio. Yeah. So I could reach people, but I couldn't always hear them because I didn't have a really big antenna on my car.
What's the power limit in America for CBs?
3 watts.
Really? I think
Well,
ours is.
that's for a mobile CB, unless it's a base station. They've probably changed that around a lot. But most of the CB radios you bought back in the day were like 1.5 to 2.5 watts.
Right.
Anything more than that, you had to put a heavy-duty cable on the radio right to the battery with a fuse link on it, because if you just tied it into the regular wiring in your car, your cigarette lighter, yeah, you'd blow the fuse out because it just draws so much current.
Mm.
So I had
4 watts. Yeah, CBs are very good. So I'd rate them quite highly because the actual frequency they're on 27 megahertz is a good frequency for antennas, for range. You whack them onto a battery. They're small units, and literally a plug and play device. Press the button, go.
Yeah.
It's the other aspects you got to consider, security aspects of it, and what to say and all this sort of stuff. But yeah, CBs, any radio is a good asset to have for information flow, even if you don't speak on it.
Yeah, it's good to listen to scanners. Some of the old scanners are good.
Yeah.
I mean, because you're not going to pick up all the digital stuff. You'll pick it up, but you're not going to be able to understand what's going on. I have one of the last scanners that Radio Shack made that picked up at the 900 megahertz range. And back then I could hear cell phone conversations before they turned that into digital.
Yeah.
And but yeah, you can pick up all kinds of stuff with that. Just put it in generic scan mode, and you'll start hearing things. And it might be the local fire department or police department, but most of those are on digital frequencies now, so you're not going to pick those up. But there's still a lot of stuff out there you can hear that's newsworthy, and at least you can tell what's going on in the world.
There's a question for everybody. Alternative comms when there's no power sources, is it good for preppers to learn Morse code, smoke fire signaling, hand signals? Like, for example, if you're on the ground, you probably know about this, PV, stuff you can have on the ground to signal to aeroplanes. Like, I don't know.
Yeah, we've done a whole episode on this a while back. I think it was last year.
Yeah, I remember it. I remember it now.
Yeah, but if it requires power, you got to maintain that power and have the ability to recharge the power source. But yeah, communications is definitely a key resource in terms of your information that you're trying to gather and to send out.
So you remember like the sort of hand signals you gave when you was moving through areas when you couldn't speak, couldn't make no sound. You got hand signals.
Yeah,
yeah,
from
tactical
hand signals
light
all the way
sticks.
up. So yeah, it's stuff. It depends how far you want to communicate, how much information you want to send in that method, and so on. But some
and your
methods
recipient
require.
has to know what it means, right?
Yeah,
Whoever's they have to know what it means. It's like, why is there 3 triangles up in the air? What's that mean? Right?
Yeah,
it means nothing if you don't know.
I'm doing semaphore on my mountaintop, and you're looking at me going, "Why is that guy waving these
Exactly.
flags in all these different directions? What the hell is he doing?"
Well, what's Mark saying over there? I can't understand him. He's just waving his hand.
Case of someone who's drowning in a movie, and someone's on the shore saying, "Oh, look, they're waving at us."
Yeah.
And they're drowning. They're not waving. They're drowning. They're saying, "Hey, I'm drowning."
Hi, bye.
Yeah. But you get people in public. They could have a heart attack. There was a guy on a train that had a heart attack, and passengers left him there.
Bystander effect.
Yep.
Yeah.
Pretty much, right? Yeah.
Yeah.
And you see that. I've seen that even in myself, where I saw someone. I've explained this to you before, Shadow, a couple years back when I saw this. I was just randomly going back, and it'll still be the last thing before I take off. I got to take off. But, like, someone collapsed due to seizure, I don't know, or whatever. I just saw a bunch of people just walk by.
Yeah.
Like, until
trouble. Yeah.
Yeah, until I drew more attention to it, right? Because it's just like, Yeah, I don't know this person, but they could know someone I know, and I'd be like, something like that or whatever, right? And what happens if I was in that position, right? It'd be nice that someone gave a hand, right? Because you're kind of in a siege or whatever, right? You have no control. You can't do anything yourself, right? So you're relying on someone back again, right? And hopefully someone would help.
Yeah.
Yeah, hopefully.
People in denial. And
Someone might
Yeah.
sit back and think, I ain't helping him because I might get sued if it goes wrong.
That's what goes on
see,
here too.
Yeah, and see that's that's the problem, right? I think people don't. Oh, I don't want to get involved. I don't want to get sued. I don't want to get in trouble. I don't want to, right? But I mean, I can't just stand by at times, right? I mean, yeah, there's certain times, yeah, maybe it's the time to stand by. But then there's other times I'm like, well, there's no risk to me.
Well,
I didn't
at least
do
call
anything
911.
wrong.
That's the thing.
Yeah, or something, or get some attention.
Hey, Bob.
To it, right?
Hey, Bob.
Welcome, Bob. Oh, hi, Bob.
And
get some attention to it.
Falls down, and you're like, everybody's looking around, looking at each other, and somebody just yells out, "Somebody call 911." Nobody's going to call. They want to sit there and videotape it or whatever. But if you're the guy on the ground trying to help this person, you literally look at somebody and point to them and say, "You call 911." Now everybody's looking at that person, going, "Well, we're waiting," and that person will call 911. So I learned that in Boy Scouts back in the 70s or 80s, and that's how it is. Nobody calls 911, or everybody calls 911 for dumb shit or dumb stuff.
Somebody is nobody.
Yeah. I like the one joke I saw. It was a guy fell off his motorcycle, whatever. It's a cartoon, laying on the side of the road, and there's a bunch of people standing there, and somebody looks up and says, "Is there a doctor around?" And the one person says, "Yeah, I'm a doctor." And he's like, "A doctor of what?" He says, "A doctor of mathematics." He says, "Well, what's your prognosis?" He said, "-1."
Yeah, it's about right.
Sorry. Yeah,
Hey,
I call it the Titanic syndrome. Good evening, Bob. I call it the Titanic syndrome. Everybody for themselves.
Hello, Bob.
Everyone wants to get to that life raft. So they've not only got everybody scared, they've got why are people walking over someone who's dead or dying or having a heart attack or but so they've made people scared. They've made people in some situations they think, well, if I get involved, I might get attacked. So everybody runs away. Yeah.
Yep. That's it.
Yeah.
And
So
if you
something
do
also.
get involved, like PV said, you might get sued because you've ripped off my trousers. They were my really best trousers, and you cut. Well, sorry, you were bleeding on your leg. But, you have to be insured for these things as well. If you're treating someone, you've got to be careful in some situations.
Yeah, well, another thing is that sometimes people are like, "Oh, I don't have the skill or the knowledge. I don't want to make things worse," right? And that's very understandable, right? But this is why certain things like you get knowledge, skill, experience,
Yeah, learn the
so
basics,
you can make
at least.
and you can make a better choice, a better decision, right? At it, right? Like there's times where I don't know what to do, but I'm like, okay, well, I'll grab attention to this. Let's say if you're in a shopping center, right? Grab security or do,
something.
Yeah.
But even putting someone in a recovery position, as simple as that. Someone's in someone's in a bad way. They're on their back. Their tongue is, something might be in their mouth. You've got to put them in a recovery position. Turn them on their side.
Are they still breathing? Do they still have circulation, and all that stuff?
Yeah, but if you don't
right?
have first aid skills or understanding, you could invariably do the wrong thing.
Promoting as best, trying to get that promotion of recovery. If someone's cut their arm, lifting up their arm high is a good idea. Simple things.
Yeah, basic first aid.
Someone's got a bad arm, they broke their arm, you get a sling. You might learn about SLAM splinters and
there
are basic courses out there. that cover. You know, you can buy books, you can do online courses.
Yeah. I mean, even if you don't know what to do, go get someone that knows a little bit more or can help you out. So,
Yeah, make
you
an
know,
effort at
like,
least. Yeah, exactly.
yeah,
Don't just
like,
walk
I mean,
past.
like,
Don't just walk past someone.
yeah, I mean, like, I don't know. I can't do that. I just can't do that. I don't know. It's just me, I guess. But, like I've said before, right? Sometimes, you know, you might be that person to start that helping effect, I guess, to start helping, right? It just takes one person to start it, right? Because
Yeah,
I
that
think
sort
what
of thing is.
happens is that sometimes. Go ahead.
So I was going to say that sort of thing is basically part of being in a civilized society that you'd hope everyone would chip in and have some sort of basic intervention to sustain the injured party and so on, But too commonly nowadays, you see, especially with any sort of violent action, people just stand back and watch it or film it basically for their own gratification or for their own gains of getting views as they post it on social media and stuff.
It's gonna go
It's sad.
viral.
Yeah, exactly. A bit sad, really.
Yeah.
Okay, Emily, no
Yeah,
problem.
they put stupid videos on YouTube where, you know, they're attacking someone. Look, they're attacking someone. Like,
Yeah, and everybody watches it, and YouTube doesn't. It's a short, and they don't put commercials on it, but somehow they make money on that because they got your attention. You're staring at the screen like everybody else does. Look here, not
Yep.
there. Sad world.
Yeah. Or there's comments in the comment section that say, "Oh, why didn't the whoever recorded this go help?" Right? Just instead of just standing there and recording, right? For example.
Yep.
you get,
Well, then, my thoughts on that is there's so many people out there who don't know how to fight. It's better off that they don't help. They're going to wind up on the floor too.
Yep.
Yeah,
You know.
I agree.
Being a casualty.
Mhm.
And then that's another person that needs help, all right?
Exactly. Yeah. hmm
Yeah.
No, right now we got all kinds of protests going on here in the States. So
Oh yeah.
keeping my eyes on it, and
I got one right up the road from my house. I haven't heard sirens yet, but we'll see what happens. They're going all over the news channel. My wife leaves one of the channels on for the dog. I walk in and oh yeah, they're out there ranting on about stuff, and we don't need a king and blah blah blah, and it's all the Democrat talking heads that are doing this stuff, and they're getting them
Marxist,
they're getting them all riled, get the crowd riled up.
hmm
Get them out there. Don't worry, there's a pile of bricks right over there. Have at it, people. I can't tell you what to do with it. I'm just letting you know there's a pile of bricks over there. Yeah.
Yeah.
Mm.
Well, to just a little while ago, my wife and son. My son is an amateur photographer, and wife asked me last night, "Do you want to go to this waterfalls with Vince and I tomorrow?" So I looked up where the waterfalls, and you got to go right through Portland to get to them.
Yep. Nope. Not happening.
That's what I said. I said, no, I'm not going, and I recommend that you two don't. Just be smart. Don't go there. You know, well, where else can we go? I said, geez, hon, all you got to do is drive a few miles to the wood line, and there's streams and there's waterfalls everywhere in the area. Go down to one of the rivers. Just 10 minutes away. You don't. Yeah, my wife's roped me into that a couple of times. Let's go to this place, and we'll be 4 hours on the road to get there, 4 hours on the road back, and it was like, no, I ain't doing it this time.
Yeah, I drove through my town earlier today before this protest thing. Oh, the cops are already, all the rent-a-cops were out there with the streets closed down, waving traffic around, and
yeah,
they had their tents set up in their speaking area in front of the courthouse. And lots of people. I saw a couple guys walking with like American flags. I'm like, I don't even know which side you're on at this point. Because it's like, okay, are you waving the flag because you're patriotic, or are you waving a flag because I don't know why. And they didn't
Exactly.
look like they were very patriotic to me, just based on their demeanor and their way they dressed. So, whatever. I'm like, yep, we're done. I went shopping, did my thing, went home. I'm home. I don't care.
Yeah, the most I could do, guys, was warn her, don't go through Portland. In case you guys out there don't know, Portland is a hotbed of violence for the radicals. It's the home base of Antifa and the others, and they have a long history of violence down there, protesting and violence. And so I gave her a kiss goodbye in the driveway, and I asked her, "You got your 9 on you?" And she slapped her side. Got a 9mm on her. So I said, "Okay, have a good time." I can't control your actions past that. All I did was go out and cut the grass.
Yeah.
Hi, Mother Earth. I hope they did. If they went down to Portland, I'll wait a few days until I get a clear head, and then go. I don't know. It's just not a very good idea. It's not a good idea to go through that city during these times right now.
Hey, Bob, did you go
I
live last
definitely
night?
agree.
Huh?
Bob, did you go live last night?
No, I didn't.
Oh, I swore I saw something pop up that you were going live at 11. I'm like, okay, I'll see if I can stay up. I fell asleep out here on the patio, and then I woke up. I was like, oh, fuck it, I'm going to bed.
No. I'll go live again on Sunday, 7 p.m. Pacific time.
That's what I thought. I'm like, okay,
Yeah.
doing a live. And I missed. I'm like, what? I sent you an email saying, send me a link, thinking you were going live, but whatever. Ignore that one.
It's probably, that might have been about the time I put the notification on YouTube.
Yeah, that's what it was, and I thought it was for.
Oh, okay. I got it.
I'm a
no
guy.
problem.
I don't read shit. I just jump at stuff,
Bob's live. I got to be there.
Bob's live in 20 minutes. I got to be there.
Yeah.
I was falling asleep at 11 o'clock last night.
Right, I've got to leave for now, and I have to catch you all.
Yes,
later.
and so do I, actually.
Look after yourself.
I was supposed to leave 15 minutes ago.
Yeah,
Bob's just so awesome. I had to stay.
Hopefully I
Bye,
can
CR.
speak next week.
CR, you better leave. I'm going to put my bacon picture up. You better leave.
Get some turmeric. Get a turmeric shot.
Where?
Turmeric,
I'll
honey.
stay.
Mhm.
I'm all over it. Right, so I'll catch you folks later. I'll see you later, Shadow.
Hi, PV.
Yeah. See
All
you
right,
later.
later,
man.
Take
PV.
care, PV. And
worries.
I'll
See
say
you later,
I'll say my goodbyes here too. I might come back in if you're still ready.
Again? You're
Okay.
saying your goodbye? Like what, the 18th time? Get the hell out of here. No, I'm just kidding.
Well, I am actually.
Yeah.
Have a good one. CR.
Anyways, I'll catch you guys later. Take care.
See ya.
All right.
Okay, CR.
Good to see you around again, CR.
Oh, you
Yeah,
didn't fire
and
him,
you
Bob.
didn't fire him today.
You forgot you didn't get a chance to
No,
fire
I
him.
didn't.
Damn it.
No, I didn't.
There will be
Yeah,
probably
there's-
next time you can fire him.
Maybe. I like the guy, honestly. He's
Yeah.
If you look at his channel, he does things.
Yeah.
He shows how to do it and his own way of doing things. I like that. That's what he's a good teacher, basically, is a short way of putting it. He's a good teacher.
Yeah, I
But-
agree with that.
Yeah. Well, I've been watching YouTube on the protests and all that stuff and demonstrations, and I'm in favor of protests, man. That's how we get things changed.
Right.
But stay on the sidewalk, don't hurt people or smash windows, all that.
I agree.
Yeah, that's it to me.
That's why I
But
don't think it's the ones that are showing up that signed up for the protest necessarily to stand out there and just scream and do their thing, which is fine. And to your
Yeah.
point, it's the ones that are going to follow up behind them
Correct.
that they're going to get blamed on the first group. The second group is the one coming that may come in and start causing crap.
Yeah, I saw a good example of there was a Antifa guy breaking like a bus stop plastic. You know how they're surrounded by plastic to keep you out of the weather, and He was smashing the hell out of that stuff, and
Crazy.
another protester walked up to him and made him stop it.
Hey, Mike. Good to see you.
Hello, Mike.
Hello.
Hey, Mike.
You all okay?
Oh,
Yeah.
we're doing all right.
Yeah, well,
So
summer's
far, anyway. But it's hot like, hot like a volcano here.
Yeah, it's a
24
little
degrees
warm here in East
Celsius.
Coast right now.
Did you see any stuff going on, Mark?
I did not yet. I drove by it earlier before it started. They already had the road blockades in, the sandbags, not sandbags, but like they call them Jersey walls. They had the little portable walls up, and they had, in this whole 2-block area, and they had all their little easy up tents up and ready. And I saw all kinds of stuff, trucks with, equipment on them. I'm like, okay, you know what? I'm not going near this place. And I can't get close enough to it with my car without getting in the thick of it to video anything. One of the guys here, I forget who it was, said he's gonna hit up his area later. He's down in, I think he said, South Carolina.
All right.
He's gonna hit it up and stream it out.
Well, I'm watching 4 cameras right now on the demonstrations. It's all pretty peaceful. It's like, good for you guys. Yeah. So far, so good, man. I like it. I do. I if that's what you want to do to get change incorporated, then do it. Well,
there's another way of getting back at them. Sorry, Bob. You carry on. Sorry.
I just wanted to say that what the president did to deploy the National Guard and the Marines is, I'm in favor of what he did, because historically in Portland, the federal building downtown Portland was firebombed for months, and they lit the building on fire 2 times with the employees in there.
Wow.
That's what he was trying to prevent. That's it.
Yeah.
Use federal assets to protect the employees inside of those federal buildings. And I think I'm in favor of what he did, because I watched the guardsmen, the Army Guard, and they're just standing in front of the ICE detention center with their shields. And the Marines showed up at some place like that, and there was no confrontation between any demonstrators and the military, because they know the military is not there to arrest you. Yeah. Ching ching pow,
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
See, if you throw a rock at us, you'll be graveyard dead.
Exactly. They brought these huge batons that would shatter your shoulder blade, and but no confrontation. I thought it worked out pretty well, really, and I understand why he did it.
I don't think it's stopped yet there, Muhammad.
No, it's still going on.
Yeah.
This is what they show on TV. There's a couple live streams. I forget which one it is. Mike knows. There was there you go. There's there's a YouTube channel that live feeds all the local cameras from certain regions of the world.
Yeah.
What's going on there? And I was watching it. He was playing it the other night. He had it live streaming off through him, and I was watching it. And then it ended. The sun came up, and then no more explosions or that you could see. But I think that was the Ukraine-Russia one that I was watching. But it's still out there. They Mike, post that if you know I know you got the YouTube channel. Post that YouTube channel up so people can at least tune it in later and see what the hell's going on.
I agree, Mel. Yeah, sometimes get something stopped before it started is the best thing to do, really. Yeah. Mm-hmm.
And Mike, your mic is muted.
That's why I'm talking to myself.
It's moving, but nothing's coming out.
There you go. That's the one that I was using. This is I'll put the link in the chat now. It's Inquiz X or something. Inquiz X or something. He's got all of them. Yeah.
Oh, let's take a look at that.
Yeah, it's got like anywhere from 4 to 7 live cameras running at any given time. Some of them are 11 tonight, Mark. 11. Wow. It's
wow.
Some of them are
That's
not
a lot
labeled.
of cameras.
You don't know exactly which direction it is, but usually in the description box they tell you which ones are watching what.
So I mean, he's really good, because I look for the different cam sources, like on the different sites and stuff like that. And I've done it a few times, like when the Iceland volcanoes are. But most of them were shut off when I was looking. But he managed to find a load, so I don't know where he's getting his sources from. But I'll trust that now.
Oh, that only posted on your channel. What was it? What's the name? I'll pull it up and post it on Jaren's channel here quick.
Hang on, it's okay. I've got let me pull it up. There we go.
Yeah, but, I'll go back to what I was saying a moment ago. If Mrs. decided to go drive through Portland, I'll take a couple of days and chill, and then approach her. And for such a smart woman, that is a really stupid thing to do. You know.
Yep.
The only downside with these live streams is the amount of politics that's just flashing up on the chat, and some absolute crazy people in there.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, that's the problem with those.
Mm-hmm.
That's why when I streamed it, I just set the chat to members only, because I'm like, yeah.
Yeah, you don't need to see everything else the rest of the world is chatting about.
No. It's just they come in there and just post their flags and shout their agenda to everyone. It's like, okay, good for you. Goodbye.
Exactly. Mm-hmm. Oh, Mike is enjoying a nice glass
awesome,
of Cabernet.
A 2010 Armado Tempranillo Reserve.
Oh, Mardek? Malbec? What is it?
No idea. Do you know why? Because I didn't buy it. It came with the house. It's a Spanish.
There you go.
It's a Spanish red.
Mm.
Yeah.
I'd enjoy
free wine when you buy a house.
Because we're clearing the house, obviously, it's like it's a bit sad that no relatives want any of the stuff, sort of thing. But there was a whole liquor cabinet, and I'm like, the open stuff that can go away, but the sealed stuff, I think I'll hold on to it.
Or drink it.
Well, yeah.
Cheers.
Testing it.
That's it.
Yeah, just testing.
He'll be like, this is really good, and he'll go to the liquor store tomorrow to see if they have any more, and it's $900 a bottle. I
Googled it, and I couldn't find it for sale anymore. Sold out everywhere, but it was £60, so about $70, $80.
Now? You could have sold it for more.
Well, it's not available anywhere, so I think I might be.
But you could have sold it for more.
I might be drinking an investment here.
Well, if they don't sell it anymore, the price would go up.
Sold out.
Pretty good on that.
Yep.
Well, from what I'm watching 4 cameras right now, Mike, and looks like there's no violence on any of them. I'm really happy to see that. These are ordinary people getting out and demonstrating, and yeah, good. Glad to see it.
I mean, I don't want to be that pessimistic guy, Bob, but that's how they all start, right?
Yeah, we said
that's correct.
Usually, false alarm. You can get it for $20, by the way. I've just found it.
You're right about that, Mike. Usually, after the sun goes down, people tend to think that they're invisible, and they can.
Or they're not part of the initial protest and nothing. So over here, we had protests going on after a Southport incident over here, and the protests were relatively peaceful. But then kids just hijacked it and used it as an excuse to smash things up and set fire to things.
Yep.
So then the whole protest gets a bad name, but there weren't even anything to do with it,
Don't use this place as a toilet, mate. Piss off.
Uh-oh, Dear Love's yelling at somebody.
Let me see if there's anything close to my home. I'll do a search.
I don't know if Dear Love's yelling at his dog or at the neighbor out the window.
I think it's somebody outside.
Piss off.
Yeah.
Uh-oh. We're all going to sit quiet and see what else we can hear now.
The distinct sound of a crossbow cocking.
Yeah, that's scary. Don't do it, man. Think about tomorrow. Don't do it.
My wife asked me the other day, she's like, what would you do if you were on a live stream with one of the people you do all over the world and one of them literally keeled over dead? I'd be like, there's really nothing I can do because I don't have their phone number. I don't know what state, city, town, country they're going to call 911. You know,
Yeah.
when they say, "Hi, I'm over here in America, and I just watched a guy keel over with a heart attack over in Europe somewhere. Can you help him?" They could be like, "Get off the phone."
Yeah.
Well, I've got specific instructions to Mrs. Urban Prepper. If I keel over doing any sort of video, make sure she uploads that last video.
Exactly.
Yeah.
I made the mistake of telling my wife when I'm out at the farm, because I go by myself, I'm on the tractor. I said, if she tracks my thing, we got the iPhone, whatever it is. And she decided to pull it up one day when I was out there, when she was at work with the other nurses. And she looked and she's watching. 45 minutes go by and my dot didn't move. And she literally, she's calling me and texts me. I'm on the tractor. I don't see the phone ringing. And eventually I have to look at my phone, and she was literally ready to call the state police to do a welfare check on me because I was in the field pushing trees over and the tractor wasn't moving more than about 15 feet in any direction, so it didn't show movement. And because I told her at one point, I was like, "Hey, honey, you know, if you pull them up, where's my iPhone, whatever, and you see the dot not moving for about 45 minutes, just call the meat wagon." Well, she didn't like that. And she took that to heart, unfortunately. And now look, just don't worry about it. I'm sorry I said that to you. I didn't mean it. I said it more of a joke, but she freaked out. I'm like, okay.
I didn't. When I did my hike across the Pennines, I didn't take any tracking whatsoever, and there was no signal. So she said the same thing, like, "Well, how am I going to know if something happens?" I'm like, "Well, I won't come off the other end. So if I don't come out the other end,
I'll try to stay within a half a click of the trail. Oh, but you know, you have to look for me. I'll be somewhere maybe."
Bob, you remember that link I sent you on email with the do it DIY things with a W?
I did. Yeah, I saw that. Thank you. Very simple.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So I was thinking it's a good prepper stuff, actually. Do DIY things. I can put that link in here in the chat as well.
Okay. Well, I used to work with an Army Ranger who went into Special Forces when I first hired in with Boeing, and he told me that the Rangers would take 55-gallon drums full of gasoline and pour in an entire box of Tide detergent and mix it all in, and then put a Claymore mine behind it. Boom!
Ow!
And just I guess they range control came out to see what the hell they're doing, saw it was a bunch of Rangers, and somebody got their ass chewed out for it, but they don't. With Rangers, they're maniacs, man. They're guys you don't.
Is that like homemade napalm or something?
Correct. Yeah, you take Tide detergent and mix it in with gasoline, and the soap kind of turns into a gelatin that's full of gasoline.
Sort of like melting styrofoam in gasoline. Yeah.
Like that. Yeah.
Don't try this at home, kids.
No.
Don't do that at home. Don't leave that alone.
There's all kinds of concoctions you can make up, and I won't bring up any of them only because I don't want to ruin Sharon's stream here.
Yeah, there's all kinds of things you can do, but I'd rather avoid situations. Just see a problem over there, go around it. If at all possible. Yeah.
Turn back the other direction and find another route.
Yeah, definitely.
Let me ask my wife where she's at. If she went to Portland, I'm going to put a size 12 boot in her little brown butt, man.
Well, it can't be too bad yet because the police haven't called you yet because you're an emergency contact saying,
yes.
She's in jail right now for using her sidearm.
What's that?
For using her sidearm. She's in jail right now.
No, oh God, let's hope not. I'll just ask her, where did you guys go? That's all. Mike, my son's an amateur photographer, and my wife asked me last night. She sent me a text last night from work. Let's go to these so-and-so waterfalls. So I looked up where it was at, and you got to go from my house and then go drive through the city of Portland, Oregon, and get to those falls. And Portland, Oregon is the center for Antifa and, extreme radical violence. And I said to her, I said, no, I'm not going. There's different places right near the house you guys can go. You don't have to go to another state to take pictures.
Yeah. I would avoid the city centre in that case. Was there no route round, or would that be too out the way?
No, because Portland, Oregon is right on the Columbia River, and you could kind of go around it, but no. She did say that they're not going to go there because I-5 might be blocked off. I said, that's good thinking, hon. Just I'll find out where she goes, where she went.
Peace journey. No, the Claymore. The Claymore was the igniter there. It's just accelerant.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Asking for a friend. Yeah, sure you are.
As he's reading the back of the detergent box.
Yeah, do not mix with petrol. Yeah. If you do stand back at least 50 meters when you have a claymore go off behind it, yes.
Oh, you want to get way away from those things. They're naughty, front and back. Yeah, they're naughty, man.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Is Daryl there?
No, I think he's out there yelling at the neighbors still. Unless he had.
Well, yeah, I just caught this guy just peeing in my front. Got in my front of my flat.
Oh, that's when we heard you yell, "Piss off!"
Yeah, we were just making sure you were there and not out scrapping with neighbours or something.
Well, I did go outside.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
And I did have a go at him because he should know better. He's a delivery driver.
Oh, I thought it was going to be somebody walking home from the pub or something.
He's not coming home from the pub, stuck late at night, whatever. He's some guy on a push bike. He's come here from wherever he was. He said, then he's got the cheek to say, I live around here. I said, well, why didn't you use your toilet? Why is he coming to use my flat as a toilet? These people do society today. They do a wrong thing, and then if you say anything, you're out of order.
I had an Amazon driver do the same thing. There's a big space between the two houses across the street from me, and his truck was parked in between the houses, and his side door was open, and he was nowhere in the truck, and I didn't see him around, so I kind of walked over, and he came wandering out of their bushes. I'm like, seriously, dude? Well, I was just looking for an address. I'm like, in the bushes? I said, and you're still tucking your pants in? Come on, man.
It's what he said to me. It's what he said to me that got me annoyed, and that's why I went outside, because he called me some really bad names.
That's
I'm thinking you're doing the wrong one. You're doing something bad, and then on top of that, you do something more bad. You're having a go at me instead of saying, "Oh, sorry, mate, I was busting to go." If he at least said that, I would have said fair enough. But then to call me all the names under the sun. And I've gone out there, and I've opened the door, and he's like, "Well, I'm going to come in now," and because you've opened the door, I said, "You're not even coming in. Move back." He's like, "No." He's adamantly standing, holding the door. So I pushed him back, and my dog came out as well at that moment. So then I brought the dog back inside. I said, "I don't want my dog to get in trouble. Get back inside." And I confronted him. I said, "Don't use this place as a toilet. Don't come back here again." And I said, "Get outside," and you ring him again.
Did you get the delivery company? Did you get the delivery company name or anything?
I should have done. I was just really annoyed at what he said to me.
Yeah.
But then maybe I need a bit of anger management.
You now.
Yeah. For me, I would have just said, "Hey, man, I couldn't hold it no more. I apologize, but that's the truth. Either this or I'm going to pee my pants." Yeah.
Now Bob would be like, "I'm not on meds. Your plants will appreciate it. You're good."
Yeah, because it's not bad for the plants. That's true.
Yeah, sadly today we're living in a world of entitled people. I'm entitled because I'm a consumer, and we can do what we want.
Everyone's got this air of self-importance, haven't they?
Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah.
I need to be saved first. The Titanic syndrome, I call it. I need to get to that life raft first. I need to get past your car and get further than you. I need to get in front of you in a job position. I need to get an arms race. We hear it all the time. You know, people say, don't talk about politics and religion, yet all they bombard us with is politics and religion.
And here we are, Darylove. You're starting to talk about politics and religion. So anyway, back to normalcy bias and general public resistance to prepping. Are you ready? I'm just keeping you on track, Darylove. That's all.
Yeah.
No, you're right.
That's good.
Well,
Just got annoyed there with the
yeah.
guy, and then it just brought. And when I got annoyed, it just brought back other things, and then it just started. Well done for keeping me in check.
All right, I got you. We love you.
Yeah, we're as far as the end of that. Are you ready? Yeah, we're doing pretty well here. But you guys know I've been doing this for a long time, so I'm going to plan on getting a couple more things. I'm supposed to get my first Social Security check this month.
Woohoo!
Okay.
Oh, you're old. Wow.
I am old. You bet I am. I'm 63.
You must be 217 years old if you're getting a Social Security check.
Yeah, just about. No, man, I'm getting my SSI at 63. You know, because most guys don't live past 70, so get it as soon as you can. You know, but yeah, a couple niceties are going to come back, and then I'm also this month I didn't spend any money on providing stop the bleed kits for the churches. I instead bought some additional fire extinguishers and fire blankets.
Oh, there you go.
Yeah. So with this next check coming in, and I'll feel a little bit richer, and I'll buy some more stuff.
You'll buy 2 cups of coffee at the coffee shop.
Oh, maybe. Yeah. Well,
yeah,
summertime.
check on the Filipinos.
Yeah, it's summertime, and all the ladies are wearing short shorts. So
time to get some.
Yeah, I might need a second cup. Yeah.
What, was that a double take when you said short?
Maybe
shorts,
a third.
Did you mean to say short shorts twice, Bob?
Yes, I did.
Or
short
are there
shorts.
short shorts?
They're short shorts. The ones that have that little half moon butt cheek hanging out on the back. Yeah, a lot of the customers.
I nearly got whiplash today. I drove into Manchester and Heaton Festival's on, and I just didn't know. I ended up just looking at the floor of the car because I thought this is going to get me in so much trouble.
I'm a bit of a oddity because, you know, my wife and I, we've been together for 20 years, and you know, once in a while I'll go, God, hon, look at the butt on that one, and she'll just go to this click. Guys.
They're all the same. Perfect.
Yeah. The only time she gets jealous is if it's another Filipina. Then look out, man. That's when the horns come out. Yeah. That's why, you know, there's a lot of. I'm with the Filipino people online here, and Kuya Bob, will you buy a membership? No. I wish I could, but if my wife finds out I'm sending money to another Filipina, not good.
Gulay.
Yes,
No.
sir. Not good. Like Icy, she's a Filipina Japanese, and I'd like to be a member on her channel, but ooh, that's risky, dude.
Yeah. Your missus would probably sneak up behind you, Bob, with a flip flop and.
She might.
Yeah. But this time she attached razor blades on the flip flop.
Oh,
nails.
man.
Oh my gosh. No,
that would
I
hurt.
don't mean to say, oh my gosh, forgive me.
I've missed obviously the first couple of hours, but you're talking about general public's resistance to prepping. Do any of you think that's going to change more with the current climate, the way it is, with the conflicts we're seeing all over the place? Do you think it's going to improve?
No chance. People are last-minute shoppers in every sense of the word. You look
I
at
think-
Christmas, you look at birthdays, you look at everything like that. It's a lot of, especially nowadays, because it's convenient to use your phone. Everything's quicker, but you never know on that moment when you really need that device, whatever, if it's going to be working. If you've put all your eggs in one basket, it might not work.
Yeah. I just thought at some point the government might pull the finger out and actually, issue some advice.
Well, I let me give you an answer to that same question. I think here in the States, there's a lot more people who are choosing to put some food and water away. I really do. I get hints here and there by going out talking to people. There's hints that people are starting to wise up a little bit, especially after the CV came through. Some folks are putting stuff away, and I hope more people do that. I really do. You know.
Yeah.
But I got
More
a
to do with
message
your
back.
history as well.
I got a message back. Mrs. did not go down to Oregon or Portland, Oregon. They stayed here in Washington State and went north instead. So, bravo, Mrs.
There we go.
It's in your history to sort of be preppers anyway in America.
It is.
It's
Yes, it is. Yeah.
It's also part of history of a lot of countries where people prepped back before refrigeration and before electricity and stuff.
Yeah, that was a different kind of prepping. That was seasonal prepping. You can and preserve your harvest to get through the winter into the next harvest. That was always the standard rule. Now you're looked at as a wackadoodle if you do something like that. It's like, oh, you got the store, go buy it at the store.
Grandmothers out there, grandpas out there that still do it. There are grandmas, grandpas that still do it. That till this day, there's people that still do it.
Because it's common sense.
Yeah,
well, yeah,
it is common sense.
The people who've got the technology and the money, it's easy. That's why you got all this ready-made food. There's rows upon rows in the shops. They make all kinds of meals: pastas, rices, curries, carbonara. Everyone just whacks it in the microwave. 30 seconds later, bing, it's ready. But
that's what I was talking about earlier before you all got on. Jaron heard me. I was at Sam's Club last weekend. And I go in there to get specific things that I use, and I just wander through the aisles to see, okay, what do they got these days for rice, beans, things. And there was a couple, and it was a husband, wife, young, I guess, husband, wife. But they were talking sort of quietly as I'm looking at the big buckets of pickles and stuff. And he's like, one of them's like, so how many bags of beans do you think we should have? And one of them's like, I don't know, and da-da-da. I literally just walked over and I said, look, I only heard one word. I said, I don't know you. You don't know me. But if you're doing this to like prepare for whatever, I said, really, how are you going to eat rice and beans every night for 6 months? I said, yeah, they'll last, but you're going to get sick of it really quick. I said, look at the canned goods. They got, stuff it doesn't expire for years.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
And I had a quick conversation. Said, I don't want to know you. You don't want to know me. I said, I'm just letting you know you might want to think a little more than just rice and beans, because that's what every prepper channel out there says.
Yeah. Good advice to them. Yeah. Good. That's what us older folks are here.
I think they thanked me. I think they kind of half followed me around for the next 15 minutes looking to see what I was buying. Meanwhile, I'm like, yeah, I'm just getting a case of water and, a salad mix for my wife and something else. I wasn't buying anything prepper related. I was looking at stuff, but I already have everything I need.
Yeah, good. That's a smart of you. That's what us older folks are here for, to advise the younger ones who haven't been through so many things like you and I have, Mark.
Yeah.
Yeah. What it's about.
I'm glad. I'm flattered you said you and Mark, and you put the rest of us in the young category. Thank you, Bob.
Hey, well, except for Durlov. I think Durlov's older than all of us combined.
Just a bunch of snot-nosed kids,
Well, Bob is 9 years older than me anyway. So.
Yeah, so I got a few years on you guys.
Couple of years on me. I'm next oldest to Bob. I don't know about Durlov, but
I'm not sure.
I think he's in the 90s. No, I'm just kidding.
Oh,
we could, dude. Your microphone must fall down or something, because we can barely hear you talking there, Darylov.
What about now?
That sounds better.
Good. Yeah.
Is that better?
Yep.
Be right back, guys. We got something to do here.
Yeah, no problem.
Yeah, I stopped the Sam's Club shopping and that for big stuff, unless I need something, in which case I'll buy it. But other than that, I don't need this giant bulk items and stockpile it somewhere. I got more than what I need now to probably get me and my wife through a few years with my kid or one of the kids, two of them, and have many show up. and a friend or two. So, but I just keep making more stuff. I love my freeze dryer, so. I know.
One day.
I know, but sorry, Mike. I didn't mean to shove that down your throat. Like, bastard, these things cost a bloody fortune over here.
Yeah.
Maybe downsize and have one car instead of two just to get a freeze dryer.
Yeah, sell that electric car quick. Oh, that's right. It's not yours. It's the company's.
Yes, it's the company.
You got to figure out how to hook up to that thing to use as a power source. If something happens, power goes out. There's got to be some way to.
So this one's bi-directional charging, so I can go and plug it into somebody's Tesla and take some of their power. But I've got the 4-gang extension, so it literally goes into the same charging port that I'd charge the car up on, and it runs out. It's a long enough cable to reach from my car into the house, and I've got 4 full power sockets there.
Nice.
So
That's
I've already.
nice.
It's. I mean, when people joke, "Oh, a prepper with an electric car," I'm like, I've got a 60 kilowatt power bank parked next to my house, and a diesel 4-wheel drive vehicle that Mrs. Urban Prepper drives. So I've got. I'm covered.
Cool.
Yeah.
Yeah, we're doing pretty good here, but I really do hope that more people will even just listen to what we're sitting here chit-chatting about. To think about it, get some food and water put in, a bare minimum a few days. Many people don't have that much, but when I first started gathering up some food, it was every time I go to the market, I get a couple extra cans. Every time,
Yeah.
if I need to go over there for whatever, I'd stop in, get 2 more cans, and it got to the point to where, like, my daughter was a vegan at the time, and I asked her, "What are your diet requirements?" And she said, "Cans of beans, Dad. Any kinds of beans. How about dried beans?" She says, "Any cans of beans." Okay. So,
Okie dokie.
yeah. If she wants to come back home, and I still got that stuff on hand. Just a little bit at a time.
The stores do it for you, right? If you're going to go and you want to buy 2 cans of beans, but there's a multi-pack of 4 or 6, get the multi-pack. The others will last. Yeah. They will go in the cupboard. Just every time you go to buy one, buy the multi-pack.
Yeah.
Yeah.
As long as
and Susan here says people are more afraid of ridicule than prepping to survive. Yeah, I agree with that.
Well, that attitude will soon change after the fact.
Hey, Warren, good to see you, brother.
That's a fact. Yeah. If something serious goes wrong, and you'll be the hero instead of the zero.
I bet we can all count on more. Can't count on one hand the amount of people that will think when it happens, "Oh, I'll just go to Mike's house or Bob's house because he's got everything."
Oh yeah, we talk about that all the time. I got lots of friends who tried to say that. I'm like, no, I won't be there. What do you mean? Where are you going? It's like, I'm not staying here.
That's
I've been warning you all for years.
That's a good answer, Chef. I've used that answer myself. I had a lady in the coffee shop, and I mentioned to her a little bit about this, kind of feeling her, see if she's into this. "Oh, well, I'll go to your house." "No, you won't. I won't be there." Yeah, that's a good answer for him.
Yeah. Where are you going? I don't know, but I won't be there.
Have a note ready outside your door. We're not here. We've gone
fishing.
Yeah, gone fishing. That would be a good one. Yeah, we've gone out for the day.
Gone to buy toilet paper.
Yeah,
that'd be a great one. That'd be
a
good one.
A cryptic note that won't go anywhere for your family. So if you come to my door and you see a sign up that says, "I've gone to Sam's Club, won't be back," that means I went to Robert's house in the next town over. If I went here, if I say I'm going here, just have to give them a list of places you say you went, but that's not really where you went. It's just a cryptic way of telling friends and family where you are, so they can come to you, instead of the riffraff going, "Oh, he went to Sam's Club. We'll wait. He'll be back." Let's find him.
On the other foot, though, does that not advertise an empty house that they can then kick the door in and have a look around?
You're there, aren't you?
If I've already left, I don't care what they do at the house.
You're leaving notes.
Yeah, well, if I had to leave my house for some kind of catastrophic reason,
but you're actually
there's a high
inside.
probability I ain't coming back.
High Country Homestead left a good comment. It says, never too late to start.
Yep.
Good comment. Very good comment. Yep.
Best time to start prepping was 10 years ago.
Uh-huh.
The only time to start prepping is now.
The only time it's too late
Or too
is
late,
1 minute after the event.
Exactly.
Correct.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Then it's not prepping. It's panic buying.
Yeah.
Mhm.
Get
Like I
the
said, I give
stuff
six
before something happens, okay?
Correct.
That's the best option and best method to do it, okay?
Yeah.
As a 6 months after an event, you're sort of friends. You're getting along with some of the neighbors and that. And they all, everybody keeps to themselves, but you talk to each other and communicate. And after 6 months, they're eating rice and beans, and they come over to get some seasoning or something. You're outside eating an MRE 6 months later, and they're smelling this, going, "Holy crap, dude! What is that? Oh, it's chicken cacciatore. Really? Where'd you get that? I made it 12 years ago. That's
Yeah.
That's cool.
Well, I had it was on a live with Bonnie and Virginia Roots and people like that here in the States. And I've never met this lady before, but she was in a panic about the recent events, protests and all that. And I've been in martial law in the Philippines 5 times. And I was talking about that, about what to do, what not to do. And this lady almost went into a panic attack. I don't want that. And it took a long time to talk her down. Virginia and I had to speak with her. If martial law or curfew occurs, that's the time that you chill. Stay home. Don't. But when will we fight against them? Well, when we fight back, I'm like, don't. Especially during martial law. Martial law don't show any threats at all. You will go down.
Yeah, definitely. And you go down fast too.
Real fast, yeah. But it was an interesting half an hour or so to try to get her to calm down, catch your breath. Martial law is scary, but as long as you comply with your orders, you're going to get through it. Well, how long will it last? And I said, well, in the Philippines, the whole country was on martial law for months. And then it was reduced down to just the island of Mindanao for about 5 years, because that's where the Islamic population lives. And they were looking for these certain groups of those folks. But still, just comply. That was the best advice I could give her. Just comply with your instructions. Don't do anything foolish. And if you feel like you're going to panic, grab some water and chug some water and take a breath, and you'll be all right. You'll be okay. That's my best advice about martial law to you guys, because I've been through it. It's not fun. I don't want to do it again, but you can get through it.
Yeah, as long as you do it the right way.
Yes, follow your instructions.
Hopefully you're prepared enough to not have to go outside during a martial law, any sort of martial law time.
I say prep, pray, and stay out of the way.
Stay out of the way. That's right.
If that would happen here, I would definitely not go out.
Yeah.
I would stay at home.
Yeah, I'm not being funny now, but if you ever find yourself in a situation that's something's gone really, really bad, and you just take a step back, just take a time, just don't rush into anything, stay calm, even make yourself a cup of tea.
Yeah.
I say respond, don't react.
Correct. That's what I tried to instill in this young lady who was having kind of a panic attack. Just focus on what's in front of you right now.
Yeah. I mean, it's true with anything. Like, even if it's like an argument with a partner, something like that, your immediate reaction is usually a knee-jerk one, and it's usually the wrong thing. If you stop, think about it, and respond logically, often it'll diffuse a situation.
Yeah, we've all been through that, haven't we, Mike? Because we're married.
Yeah, in hindsight, I think I was a bit out of order to get so angry with this guy. I think I didn't need to get that angry. So in a way,
it's spur of the moment.
apologising.
It's emotion. It's adrenaline in a way, isn't it? So it's not.
Yeah, he's
not
doing
really
the wrong
okay.
thing, and I said, "Oi, you know what you're doing," and then it's what he called me,
Yeah.
which
Yeah.
was but still I could have, but I don't know, if we let people just step all over us, that's going to be another thing. Are you prepared for people that might start shouting at you, people that hey, Bob, you've got loads of beans and you're not sharing your beans. Silly things, well, what might seem silly because what might seem silly
My
to them
usual-
is not silly for us, but
My usual reaction, because like I smoke, okay,
Yeah.
when I was outside of the coffee shop having a cigarette, and I'm way out of the way, and a wacko lady, a Karen, came from her parked car
Welcome,
and
Nico.
started screaming at me that stinks, it stinks, ah, da, 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 da.
yeah,
And
it's different.
and
Yeah,
I
that's way
just calmly kept smoking. I learned this from my wife. This is the way you should react to a situation, because she combative patients all the time. Just tell them 2 words: thank you, you're welcome. And I had to say that to her 3 or 4 times, and finally she turned
Hey,
around and
Bunny.
walked
Good
away.
to see you, man.
And she's still screaming because I'm dealing with someone who's not mentally stable. And I just stood my ground. Thank you, you're welcome. Thank you, you're welcome. That seems to diffuse it a bit. That's a good reaction right there.
Yeah.
I think it confuses, doesn't diffuse. It confuses them. Like, why is this person thanking and saying you're welcome at the same time and to himself? Wait,
And
what's wrong with this guy?
And why is he not screaming back at me?
I'll put money on that she was an ex-smoker, Bob. I'll put money on that she used to smoke, and that's why it
could be
riled up so much. But I mean, it's I don't know why people have a go at anyone these days. I think most smokers are courteous these days. Nobody lights up in a restaurant anymore, stuff like that. And obviously, even before the laws, people were courteous. They'd move away from people that didn't smoke. If somebody was eating right next to you, you wouldn't light up, So, yeah.
Yeah, and I know Bob because I smoke too. If you're going to light one up and there's people nearby, first thing we do, which way is the wind blowing?
Yes.
Because I'm not going to light one up and have it blow in everybody's face, and I'll be like, "Excuse me, I need to stand over here." What are you doing? Because I'm about to have a cigarette, and I don't want the smoke going all over you. Oh shit! Okay, thanks.
I vape, and I still do that.
Yeah, well, that's
like if I take a big puff of my vape, and it just at that moment, a mother and a child come out of a shop to walk past, I literally hold my breath till the mother and child's gone past, and then I'll let it out.
Yeah, that same lady, when she stopped her car, she had a dent in all 4 corners of her car, big dents. And
that wasn't her fault. It was all the other cars that got in her way.
Probably. I'm dealing with somebody who's not real stable, but dear, if somebody comes and yells at me about you have beans and rice, da 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 da, thank you, you're welcome. And I'll tell you what, seeing your way out of a situation like that is the best thing you can do. Just be polite and turn around.
Hey, second star, good
away.
to see you.
That can work both ways, Bob. That can rub people up the wrong way as well. When they don't get a rise out of you, they don't know what to do, right?
Yeah, it's not my means. I've just been tasked on standing guard and shoot anybody that gets close. What?
Gotta love a Karen.
Oh boy, that's Oh man. 25 feet away from the door, dude. I'm way away from the door. She just saw me and came right after me because she thought she could get away with it, and she probably wanted to goad me into a reaction. Is what she wanted. Of
course, yeah. So next time, bring a tape measure with you. If she says 25 feet from the door, you just pull out a tape measure. Say, I already measured. We're good. Thank you.
Now I'll remember the conversation as much as I can. Was she came right to me, 25 feet away from the door, and that stuff really stinks. And my first response was, Thank you. You're a wealth of information. And then I remember what my wife said, thank you, you're welcome. And she's still screaming at me.
Is that
Thank you, you're welcome.
Is that a law or is that like a store policy?
Oh, it's kind of like at workplace, like when I worked at Boeing, was 25 feet away from the door. You'll see it here and there, but it's just a courtesy that we extend. Smokers don't want to. We won't light right up in front of a fucking storefront. We don't do that.
She was probably hoping you'd take a drag and blow it right in her face.
That's probably what she wanted. And call the cops.
Murder.
Yeah, call the cops. Have a big drama. No, it didn't work.
Yeah. And Susan has a good point. I also think that people have a strong faith that governments and organizations will respond adequately in a crisis, so they don't need to prep. Yeah.
Nobody is coming to save you. You are your own first responder.
That's right. Mm-hmm.
Exactly. That is what we all have said for years now.
Yeah, the government's not going to help you get better. They're going to help you maintain your problems.
Yeah. They've probably got some kind of clause as well in there saying, well, there isn't a contract between us to say that we have to come and rescue you.
Yeah. The only time they will save you is when they fully saved themselves and they are in a position to do so. And that's only if you're a good, honest taxpayer, because they need that tax money to rebuild.
Mm-hmm. That's true. I've talked to first responders, and they all said the same thing: fire and police. I'm going home and taking care of me and mine first. For the first few days, you all are on your own. So. Yeah,
because the resources is needed elsewhere. They need to take care of the elders, the hospitals, and the disabled people who can't take care of themselves. And if you are a healthy person, you are responsible for your own preparedness.
Mm-hmm. No, I'm at I'll say it again. I'm at the point now where we've got, if something fails right now, we've got enough to hold on for a while. And I will promise you one thing, that the doors will be locked and someone will be awake looking out the windows at all times. That's my plan. We're going to stay right here unless we get burned out. And then that's
you can always run your neighbor's house.
What'd you say, Chef?
You can always run your neighbor's house for help.
Oh yeah, like those parasites would have anything. I guarantee you, 2 days after something happens, they're going to be at my door right away, guaranteed.
You need to give us. I don't need to do squat there. Get off my property.
Well, I learned from my wife, who's been through this stuff. She said, "Don't open the door for anybody. Don't open the door.
Door's open. That's their edge to get in."
Yep. Don't let anybody in the house ever.
I did like Mother Earth's comment you pulled up there for a second. Ronald Reagan, the scariest sentence is, "This is the government. We are here to help."
Yep.
I'd rather avoid all that.
Yeah.
Somebody said it on one of my channels the other day. You get the odd troll on that's clearly not a prepper, so God knows how I've ended up on their YouTube page. But they've put on there, the government's just going to turn up and take all your preps and make you share it anyway.
I've heard that. I've heard that.
Nothing's food approved. They're not going to take it to feed their guys because they don't know what's in it.
If it's got to the stage where they're knocking on my terraced house door to get food and all the warehouses are empty, they ain't officials. They are no longer officials.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
If it's got to that stage, it's already beyond rule of law, I'm afraid.
Yeah, I remember hearing about that a while ago, Mike. What some of the fake preppers, bullshit artists, they're going to take your preps or something. No, they're not.
Buy my special container that locks up and hides in your basement. They'll never find it.
Yeah. You're right. If somebody is dressed like a soldier and he's looking for food, chances are he took that uniform off of somebody who's already dead. You know.
Yeah.
Probably.
Look for the subtle red stain.
Yeah. Well,
No,
And
it's,
Prepper for the Ages says, isn't there an old proverb somewhere saying, when the world ends, don't open the door?
yes. Yeah.
Yeah, I believe it. That sounds familiar.
Yeah, sort of like, wow, that sun seems awfully bright at 3 o'clock in the morning.
Yeah, I'm not real worried about nuclear stuff. It's there, but dude, if that big flash cube moment goes off, I want to be right out in the middle of it. Because
No, you will get a nice suntan after that.
In the Air Force, they taught us extensively about nuclear fallout and especially chemical biological. Extensive education about that. You don't want to live through either one. You don't. You know, you don't want to live through either one.
I do prep. I do prep for fallout and that kind of thing. Only based on the fact if it was direct strikes on the UK, it's such a small area.
Yeah.
That it would be that kind of case. But I think more like if it's Germany, France, stuff like that, and the winds are favourable towards us, we could get the after effects of that kind of fallout. So I prep for that kind of thing. You know, having to seal the house up and stuff like that.
I get that.
Yeah,
I get it. Europe's a different situation than here. Yeah.
And that was
Europe
a good
is a different situation. Yeah. Yeah. But now the scariest stuff to me through our education in the Air Force was
John Knox put barbecued Bob.
Barbecue. Oh yeah, you know. I mean, the scary stuff to me was the chemical biological attacks that they. That's scary because here's how it works. You know, say if it's a blistering agent or other agents, they explode in the air and the toxin is mixed in with an oily substance, so it disperses in the wind, then lands and stays, and it stays there. So you may have your greatest chemical warfare suit on, and eventually you're going to have to take that suit off to eat, to shit, to whatever. You know what you're going to have to do is jump in a river and wash that whole suit off head to toe before you can even take your gloves off.
Yeah.
Because everything is going to be covered. So, but our chemical suits in the Air Force were the mask was very good. The rest of the chemical suit was designed for us airmen to get the pilots in the cockpit, get the airplanes to start up, and get the pilots out, because they wore actually a NASA suit, the pilots. And the guys on the ground crew, we knew that you're dead. We knew it.
Yeah, you've just got this one last job to do before you go.
That's exactly right. Yeah, get the pilot in the cockpit, get him started, pull the chocks, and get him out of there. Get the airplane and get the pilot out of there. But the rest of us, you know, they told us that your suits that we issue you are going to last maybe, you know, an hour or two, just a few hours, and then you're dead. It's like, okay.
It's good to know. It's like the bunker video I did when I spoke to the guys that run that museum, and they said it caused all the power's external to power the underground bunker. If it was any sort, even if it was a chemical attack or anything, somebody had to run outside, run across to the power thing, pull a lever, and run back inside, and hopefully they didn't get too exposed.
Yeah.
That was somebody's job.
I really honestly don't. If you're in a military target, like an air base, yeah, you could be exposed to chemical warfare. But the rest of us population, I don't think they're going to waste that stuff on the population. I mean, there's just not that much of it, you know.
See, I see all these fear videos of the top 10 targets for Russia in the UK, or the top 20 targets for Russia in the States and stuff like that. And they're always concentrating on like London, Manchester, or, you know, New York, or capital cities and stuff like that. And I don't think that would be the case. Only, I mean, I could be wrong. I'm just speculating here. This is my personal opinion. Only because everything they do, they have to justify via propaganda to their own population.
Right.
If they're targeting infrastructure and military, it's an honest war, as you would say. If they're targeting civilians, they get demonized by their own population.
Right.
So Putin would never do that because he likes to have that. I'm doing this because I'm for the greater good. Like he's running the whole Nazi propaganda versus Ukraine and stuff like that. So he needs to keep it that way.
Yeah, I pretty much prepare for things like normal power failure, ways to stay warm, more than one way to cook my food, and food stored up. So and also we're pretty well armed and well trained. So in case the neighbors next door, when they start going through the DTs because they haven't had a whiskey in 2 days, and we're ready for that. Less than lethal, and you put you in the dirt. I'd say we're doing pretty good.
I'm as prepared as somebody can be legally in the UK.
Good, yeah.
But yeah, somebody just said there in the chat, where was it? It's gone now. I've lost it. Our own governments will be the downfall of humanity, and that was the one. Yeah. David Workman says, "Get ready, folks, Wolverines."
Oh, I hope not. I hope not. I think that my future is going to be probably a secondary way of clean water. You get more than one way of doing that, and I will buy another propane camp stove soon, because my camp stove is over 20 years old and it's starting to fall apart. I used to use it out in the shop here all the time. I want to get a good, new, clean, dedicated one for cooking food, the other one for out here in the shop, and we'll look into a few more things, but I'm doing okay.
Do you know them single hob camping stoves where they take a single can of gas?
Yeah.
I've had 2 of them blow up on me.
Really?
Yeah. You got to be careful because there's so many cheaper companies manufacturing them on Amazon and stuff now. I've had 2. I managed to get it out. Technically, I should have ran away in case the whole thing blew up, but I managed to get it out and stop it and that. But twice I've had that happen now on 2 different ones. So that's it. I've scrapped that now and I'm going with a better brand.
That's why I was looking at the Coleman brand. Is my old one is not a Coleman. I bought it after the divorce and I was paying child support. So it's down, but it's worked well for the last 20 years, but I'm going to replace it and bring it out here in the shop, and then put the good clean one in the house. The wife's does the same thing as Chef's wife does, and those nurses are freaking germaphobes, man. Anything that's dirty, oh God.
Yeah. I bought a bunch of those. I get them we have these stores that sell every type of food not American, Chinese and Japanese and Indian and that, but they have this whole area of cooking utensils and that, and they got some cool stuff. I buy those butane stoves, and I've never had an issue with any of them. And but I buy the cans of butane. Now it's not something for really good for long-term prepping in the cold weather. Those cans freeze up in about 10 seconds.
Oh, I didn't know that.
You're not heating anything up. I tried it out at my cabin. I was like, well, this sucks. So I pulled out the big bottle of propane and hooked up my propane stove. But in the summertime, they're great. I take them camping. I'm actually taking 2 of them with me out to Ohio here next week on Tuesday. And I'm only going to be heating up water, and maybe we'll have to cook hot dogs on the stove if it's raining too hard. But that's about it. And but I use they're portable. They're small. The little cans they look like spray paint cans.
Right.
The butane, and you get you get 2 hours of burn time out of it. I don't worry about it. I have them. I have an extra one in the house with 15 cans of butane just in case the gas goes out or whatever, and we have to cook inside. I'll cook inside with it. I mean, if it's wintertime, if it's not, I'll cook outside. I don't care.
There's a question there. I think Shadow's highlighting.
Yeah, it's Emily who asking. Can you drink brook water after doing what you need to do to drink it?
Yes.
Well, I guess it all depends on what brook ate before she made you the water.
Wow. I don't know. I don't know what country Emily's in, but
I don't know.
America.
New York.
All right. Okay. I drank canal water, which is probably the worst water you can find in the UK, because I used a reverse osmosis filter. Now, I'm not saying you need one of them, but no matter what.
But Mike sells it on his website.
But here it is, $59.99. Boil it. Listen, boil it is your number one rule, right? You can get all the filters and gimmicks in the world. They're great, they're wonderful, and some of them are really good, and some of them are not so good. Gravity filters, all that lot, everything like that. But just boiling water is the key to survival. If you can filter it, even if it's through a shamag, into that, then you boil it. It will be safe to drink that way. Filters are a bonus, and tablets, purification tablets, are a bonus.
Boiling and filtration, all that. My dog is doing his thing. The only thing boiling all that does not take out are chemical contaminants. So if you have a canal that's near a highway and there's broken down cars everywhere, I don't think you'd want to be drinking water out of there, even if you just boil it, because there's probably all kinds of stuff's been leaking out of those cars.
You boil that, it's going to blow up.
Light it up. Let me see. Does my water burn? Yes, it does. I'm not drinking.
If your water sets on fire, don't drink it. It's a good rule to live by.
Yeah, definitely.
Yeah. I just added a Coleman stove on my wish list. And let me look for. My wife mentioned to me the other day about water purification tablets, and I'll see what Amazon has for that. Let's take a look. Because she climbed Mount Opal several times when she was young, and that's all they took with them. They would fill up their canteen out of a stream, drop a water purification tablet in it, and swish it up, and seemed to work well enough for them. But, oh, there's all kinds of different tile sites. Yeah, portable aqua, $8 for a little bottle of purification tablets, and I think I'll get some of that. Take a look at that. Yeah,
you got the iodine tablets. You got the what's the one that? Crap, I can't remember now.
So this is the exploded one. Doesn't look exploded, but just so everyone knows, to avoid the brand, Yellowstone was the brand. And flames came up through here, through the gas canister, surrounded the whole gas canister. The entire thing was just up in flames.
Good Lord.
Yeah.
So
that's the same style I have, but I mean that sounds like the fuel canister may have had a bad valve on it, so when you push the little lever down, it just started leaking everywhere.
It's the actual connection mechanism. So the spring arm that pulls it in is just not pulling it in right, and it keeps releasing and stuff like that. So this is why my other prep is not a $5.99 extinguisher from your local store. It's big enough to cover me.
There you go.
Good thinking.
Yeah.
I mean, hey, Bob, did they outlaw hail-on fire extinguishers? Because I remember I had a bunch of those back in the day.
I don't know.
Those were great.
I don't know. That's the type we used at. That's what's on airplanes, is a halon extinguisher.
Right.
Yeah, maybe.
A killer is all it is.
Yeah, all it does, push air away. That's all it does. Yeah. I don't know. Something to look into. I'll just add to cart some of these tablets to remind me to buy some of these. But yeah, I agree with you, Mike. Really, boiling water is a guarantee. It'll get you through the day.
Yeah. It's the number one over the other options. Everything else is a bonus. If you can filter it, wonderful. If you can, everything else you can do is great. But boil it. Just boil it.
Yeah, the lady who owns the coffee shop, she and her husband are into preparedness, and I asked her thoughts on water filters. And she didn't know what kind of filters that her husband bought, but they had a bunch of Girl Scouts with them, and they were at a lake, and he took something out of the car and put it in the lake, and it was a pump, and pumped it and filtered the water and filled up all the girls' canteens for them right quick. And I said, "Do you remember what kind of a pump it was?" "I don't know. You'd have to ask Brady. I don't know." Oh, okay.
Em was asking about I think she said about how long the brook will last and stuff like that. I don't know if it's the same over there, but you can get the ordnance survey maps and you can like trace it and see where the source is and see if it's coming from like an artesian spring or, you know, whatever it is.
Yeah.
You could probably figure that out that way.
I know where all those are at near my house. I've already looked on the maps and I've actually physically gone to them, and yeah, they're coming out of the soil. And the soil is one of the best filters you can get, coming right out of the dirt. Yeah, it's clean. I stuck my head down in that water and drank it right out of it. You're good to go.
Yeah,
But
there's
that's
a few places like that. On my walk, there's a few villages where the spring is that close. They've created like a trough thing. And the trough is like it's from like the 1800s for horses on the way. But the water that's dropping into it before it hits that trough and that stagnant water, it was so clear. It was
clear,
crystal clear.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, the weather here in Seattle is like the UK. It's rainy, so water is not too much of a problem for us here. But other parts of the states, yeah, it's a real problem. You know.
Yeah, but most of the water falling out of the sky by you is not really contaminated much. Not like over on the East Coast where it's picked up all the pollution and everything else, and now that's raining down. Yeah, you still got to try to kind of filter that stuff out.
Yeah. I mean, at the worst events, they'll take a shower curtain and put it outside and, you know, catch the rain and use that, you know, to catch the rain. But
yeah. You need fire extinguishers for class A, B, C fires, ideally. Yeah. I mean, what was this one? That's my foam one. I do have a powder one as well.
Yeah, that's all I've got is the powder ones. Got one in each car now, and 1, 2, 3, 4 inside the house. And I also bought, this is a smaller fire blanket right here.
I got the fire blanket, yeah.
Mm-hmm. I got 2 of those inside the house, one in the kitchen, one out here. And the big ones that are 40-inch by 40-inch, I got those in the cars now, you know.
I'm ashamed to say I've got a fire blanket hanging up in the kitchen. I don't know what size it actually is.
Okay.
I'm going to go and look.
I was quite surprised when I got those from Amazon, and the wife was excited. She said, "Oh man, that's the best I've seen yet. Let me go unlock the car." She wanted that stuff in her car right now. You know.
1 meter, 1 meter by 1 meter.
That's enough for your stovetop.
Yeah.
1997.
Yeah, next month I'll buy some more kit to provide stop the bleed kits for some of our churches. You know, I've got 6. I can't remember how many churches I provided. I just donate it to the churches. You know, I'll get some more of those together next month. The more people out there with some stop the bleed kits, the better off we all are. You never know what might happen.
You know, after this weekend, you might have to restock the ones you already gave it to.
Yeah, it could be. You never know.
Do all the churches do that kind of thing? Or is it like depend on who's running it? And
I'm just donating.
Right.
I don't care. I don't ask too many questions. I just, here you go. You know, the tub with 100 and something gauze squares and some surgical tape in a tub with reflective tape. You can check my channel, Mike, and I've got a Red Cross on all of those tubs, and just go in there and here you go. I'd like to donate this to the church, and you know, for emergency uses. And I've gotten good thanks so far. I don't ask many questions. I just keep it short. Here you go. This is for your church use. You know.
Yeah, I was curious if they keep it in the individual church or if it's like a pool somewhere and it'll go out to other churches that might need.
Not sure.
Just curious.
I'm just kind of the mind, if I donate it, that's theirs. I unasked it. It's yours. You can do with it as you please. You know.
Yeah, you just hope it goes to who needs it. That's the main thing, right?
Exactly. Yeah. Maddie, yeah, I've got some space blankets in the cars. Those are not the best thing in the world, but you know, they'll get you through a pinch.
What's that?
space blankets, those aluminum
yes.
foil things. Yeah.
I've got a sleeping bag one as well.
Okay.
Evac do an emergency sleeping bag one, and it's just sat in my bag for ages, and I really feel like on one of these camping trips I should try it, because I can't imagine being able to sleep in
No,
that
I'll tell you
crunchy.
right now, those super thin foil space blanket things were a fad.
Yeah.
And if your skin is touching the side of that, the cold will penetrate right through.
Right, well, so they used one for me when I snapped my leg in 6 places. It was on a football field, an all-weather pitch football field, and it was like at 10 o'clock at night. And it took 4 hours for the ambulance to arrive.
Oh.
And they covered me with one of them. It made no difference whatsoever.
No.
Yeah. I'd say they'd be good to keep you dry or keep you out of the rain. It would probably be good for that. But
use them inside a really small shelter as long as you're not touching it. It will. They think, it's shiny. It reflects. Well, heat reflects off of a surface. It doesn't need to be shiny like a mirror.
Yeah.
Heat is not light. It's just heat.
Well, it made no difference. I mean, luckily the lads just grabbed all the coats because it was when I was on the football team and they threw them on me. That did help. But yeah, it was a good opportunity for them to take a team photo. So now on one of my social medias, there's a photo of me lying on the floor with a leg snapped in 6 places and an entire football team behind me going.
Nice.
It's a great moment.
But I was really proud though. My son, he's in his 20s and he's a grown man, and I threw a get home bag into every car, snacks, different things, and I noticed that he got a new backpack. This was about a year or 2 ago, and his backpack is full. It's a big bulging backpack, and he takes it into his work with him. That's his get home bag. He doesn't leave it in the car. When he gets home, he puts the backpack on, brings it in the house with him. So he took the get home bag that I put in his car and he put it in my wife's car. He learned from the old man about readiness and he practices it every day. So it's like your actions you do affect other people. I was so proud of him to see him do that. I didn't ask him what's in his backpack, but I know he's got a pistol, but that's about it.
Yeah,
They probably have some useful stuff.
Because that's like I said. I used to take him, and he's my Filipino kid, and I got 2 white sons, and I used to take my sons out in the woods every weekend or every other weekend. We go hike, and I used to teach them survival, and he learned from me, and also he's got his own brain, I was proud of him for that. Really proud of him.
Mother Earth says, I push the alarms to make sure they work, and fire extinguishers have a date on them when they need replacing. Good idea.
Good thinking.
If you get one of the bigger ones, you can extend that date by having them serviced. So they don't necessarily always need replacing, but get them serviced regularly. That's the main thing.
That's good thinking. Get one of the big ones, Mike, because the smaller ones that I recently purchased, they're good until you use it and then you throw it.
Yep.
Do you know what to do, Bob? Look for any office or shop that's closing down.
Really?
Yeah, so when they get to the point of the last day of the sale, they'll sell you anything. I've bought security mirrors, and me and my friend have been up on ladders taking it down while people are still buying clothing in the shop, because they will sell you anything on the last day.
Everything.
Anything. Oh, good.
So if they've got fire extinguishers, fire axes, anything like that, you can just say, how much of that?
Yeah.
When I was in the house, I hid gallons of clean water every other mile between home and work. We lived in the woods and I worked in the city.
That's good thinking.
Yeah, it's a good thinking. If you have the possibility and opportunity to do so.
Yeah.
Just got to remember where you buried them.
Mhm.
Yeah, that too.
Yeah, if you live out in the countryside, you have a better chance of keeping it. But I'm in the suburbs. That's not possible for me. Somebody will find it eventually and take it, whatever it is, a food bucket or water. Somebody will find it.
I would plan your get home route based on rivers and locations like that as well. Lots of people look at roadways and road maps and they think the quickest way to get home. But if it is really a Teotihuacan situation, you're not going to be at full steam going down that road. You're going to be trying to avoid crowds, stuff like that. So look at riverbeds and river paths for your route home.
I agree.
Yep. Yeah, I can't foresee any big end of the world thing coming. But for me, most of my stuff is set up to where even if it's an extended period of time, we don't have to leave the house. That to me is the most important part. Stay right here at your home base, right here.
Yeah.
We got a roof that don't leak. We know the area on foot. Just stay right here.
Depending on your situation, your location, bug-in should be number one choice unless you are literally going to be at ground zero. That question that was just up before there, Shadow, about the brands. I mean, the only thing I can testament for the ones he's mentioned is I've got a one Tigris sleeping bag, and it's the closest I've had to a military spec Arctic one. So it's really good. It's a bit tight. I think I might need a larger size. But when it comes to brands and stuff,
no problem.
most Army surplus is really good, to be fair. And you'll pay a fraction of the cost.
Will do, Susan. You're most welcome. Thanks for stopping by.
Make some good sleeping bags.
Who's that?
Snug Pack.
I've seen them. I've never tried one, though.
Yeah, they make some really good ones. Do some good sort of jungle blankets. Jungle sleeping bags, base sleeping bags. They do cold weather sleeping bags that you can join onto other sleeping bags.
Yeah, in my situation, my wife and my son both are in healthcare, so I can imagine that I won't see either one of them for a while because they're going to be in a hospital, doing what they do. And usually hospitals, they've got a policy to where they're going to reserve some rooms for the staff to stay there and free food for all the staff, So that's what is in my mind. If something kicks off, I know my wife, she helps people. She saves lives. She will go to a hospital and I won't see her again until she's released, Same with my son. They'll go. They will go.
Speaking of sleeping bags, there is another good brand, but you have to pay at least $350 for that sleeping bag, and it's Carinthia, if you are familiar with that brand.
Carinthia? No.
No, not heard of that.
But yeah, Mike, I'm glad to hear you're going to be getting your own home soon. Good deal.
Yeah, it's a temporary stop though because the land is still the goal. The off-grid land in Scotland is still the goal. So, but it's I'm going to have a garden. I'm going to have a place to grow some stuff.
Good deal.
There's work involved, but it's definitely in a better situation than I'm in now. And I'd probably be more inclined to bug in as well than I would right now.
Yes.
In where I am, where it is as well. It is a housing like estate, like a new build estate we have over here, but it's so the river goes round like this, and it's in the arc of the river. So I've got water on three sides.
Excellent.
And then one entrance to the estate. So I'm thinking bigger picture. That's a nice choke point if it had to be.
Yeah, that's excellent. Yeah. But if you can, I'm also into home security. It's all over my channel. What I did last summer, I got some 8 mil thick vinyl sheeting and I put it all over the windows on the first floor. That stuff really does give you a peace of mind. And upgraded the doors and on and on. It
metal sheeted front door on this already, which is a nice bonus.
good, very good. Yeah, yeah. My front door it's a steel door, and then I bought on Amazon. It cost about $100 to. It's about a 4-foot long piece of steel to put on the door frame, and everything's got 4-inch screws, so it goes all the way into the 2x4 studs. I do the same thing with the hinges too. That's one thing to keep in mind, but just put it aside as project after project after project, you know.
Yeah. I often replace the screws if it's a new build. I'm replacing the internal doors anyway, because I don't know if you have them over there, but over here, in like when companies are trying to save money, they've got these doors that are basically corrugated cardboard inside.
Right.
It's two very thin sheets of ply with corrugated.
It is.
Yeah.
That's
and you,
what's in my place.
if you fall over, you're going through the door. Which I don't understand why they do it. For £35 at B&Q, you can get a solid pine door. So it's a no-brainer to replace them ones. But yeah,
that's what I've got is hollow core doors on the inside of the house. But still, I bought these locks that you just pull it out and clasp it on. It'll prevent someone from being able to get in for a few seconds.
Yeah.
And we're armed here, so what I did that mostly for is all the doors on the inside of the house have those locks, so that if I have to draw down on somebody, it's mostly for court.
Yeah.
Yes, Mr. Your Honor, I fell back and he kicked through that door, and I fell back to this other door and he kicked through that door, and that's when I lit him up. You know, that looks better for me. You know,
yeah, definitely.
Yeah, that's why I did that.
Somebody on my chat, I think I don't know if it's in here or it's on the chat on my live, but somebody said a really good idea, which I'm considering as well, is by the front door, they've drilled like a 1/2-inch hole, goes about 6 inches deep, and they've just got a steel rod right in front of the door. So you can put the carpet back over it, and you can't see it. There's nothing there. But in a situation, you could pull it back and drop a rod in, and that's going to stop that door opening like massively.
That's fact. Good thinking.
I thought it was a great idea.
Yeah,
I've good ideas. You know, it's a good idea for people if they know they're going to bug in. Sorry, Bob. Just
go ahead.
Just to reinforce your house. Go around your house. Look at your windows. Look at, are they easy to get into? You know, can I reinforce my doors? Can I reinforce anything else around the property? And just do little things. You can do things like putting bars on the inside of windows. Sorry, Bob. Yeah,
it's a great point, Daryl, as well. I don't know if anyone's seen, we've got the little window locks, like the handles have its own little lock, so you can't move the handle. Has anyone ever tried to open them without the key? It's so easy. Don't trust that as your form of security.
Yeah.
You can open it with any bobby pin, any key that roughly fits. It just...
So I like the sliding screen door on my house has a little key lock on it. It's like, it's a screen.
Yeah, you can push through it.
Really?
I know.
Why did I pay $30 extra for the locking screen door? It's like, oh, it's locked. I can't go in. I'm sorry, I won't bother you again. All I know is in the States here, any house built post, depending on the code, most code in areas, they require, I forget what size plywood, but on the corners of the house for structural stability, and then maybe around certain doors. The rest of the house is literally vinyl siding, insulation. The sheeting's not even sheeting; it's just foam. It's the vinyl siding, foam, maybe some regular insulation on the inside, and sheetrock. That's it. Yeah. I could literally break into my own house with a friggin' pocket knife.
At a gentle run in the right direction, you just go.
Just don't hit the studs. Yeah.
This is on my back deck, but I've got rhododendrons and other shrubs around the back deck, and you can see how I've trimmed the rhododendrons to where they're see-through, they're transparent, so that I've done that with all the shrubs around the house. I trim them from the bottom up to about 3 or 4 feet high, and then just put basically don't allow anyone a place to hide.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You know, they could squat down out in your backyard and wait for you to go to bed or wait for you to go to work.
Mhm.
That's usually when they break into your house, is when you're at work.
Yeah.
That's when they break in, guaranteed.
That was the thing back in the day. People had the old Garmin GPS in their car, and they would program home into their car. And so people would get in the car, steal the GPS, forget the car. They don't want the car. They steal the GPS, and if you have they love seeing an automatic garage door opener. They steal the GPS and steal your automatic garage door opener. They get in their car,
Bingo.
they plug in home. It takes you there. They hit the garage door button, boom, they're in. And the neighbors don't know because they see the garage door open automatically.
That's smart.
You don't even. I mean, that's the old GPS systems. With your phone now, if you travel from one place to the other so many times, Google assumes that's your home and that's your work. I've never programmed them in, but if I hit work, it takes me to the work address.
Yeah, mine doesn't. I don't use Google. I don't use Google Maps in mine. Now it might, but I don't have Google Maps loaded. Yes, I use Apple Maps, but I don't need my home plugged in. I may plug the address in sometimes just to see which route it's going to take me there for 3.5 hours. And once I get within 50 miles, I know where I am. It's like I just shut it off.
I'm terrible. I will know a route like the back of my hand, and I will still turn the sat nav on.
I do it sometimes just to see what time I'm going to get there.
Yeah, and it's a more accurate speed limit than the speedo on your car. If you didn't already know that, it's because it's GPS located. So you can be doing 73 according to your car, but if you look at the sat nav, you're doing 70. That is the more accurate one.
Oh, mine doesn't tell me that. It just tells me the speed limit on the road. And I mean,
my car. Does it bong at you if you go over?
You know what? If the speed limit, if you're 3 or 4 miles an hour over the speed limit, and they want to give you a ticket for that, there is what they call the margin of error. As tires wear out, your circumference changes. You don't go as far as your speedometer's off. Yes, you're acting faster than what it's really going, but they do the median. I used to work at a Ford dealership. So they do the median. So they do medium wear on a tire. That's what the speedometers are calibrated at. So when the tires are new, you're going a little bit faster. Not much, like maybe 2, 3. And when they're smaller, they're doing like 2, 3 slower. When they're in the middle, which is most of the time, they're pretty accurate these days. Not the old speedometers back in our really old cars like me and Bob had, like, Pintos and Vegas, which were whatever they were. It's like, I think it's close. You don't know until the cop pulls you over. Do you know how fast you're going? Well, the speedometer said 55. You were doing 65. It's like, I guess my speedometer's way wrong then.
So do you guys have like an unofficial 10% rule here kind of thing?
Yeah, that's pretty much what we got.
So if you're going 54, then they're not going to prosecute. If you're going over 55, that's 10% over that 50 limit. So that's when they'll... Yeah.
Oh. I want to present something there, Shadow.
Oh, okay.
There we go.
There we have it.
You saw that where I showed you where the rhododendrons are at, and I've got a deck. I got a deck on the back of the house, and I took those bird spikes right there.
Yeah.
Because you can jump from the rail of the deck up onto a little ledge, and then get right into my upstairs windows. I took those bird spikes and I put those at the bottom of my second floor windows that are within reach, because trust me, a criminal will do anything. You know? So those work real well. They're a deterrent.
Are they solid?
Yeah, they're stainless steel. I got them on Amazon, and I painted mine bright orange and yellow so you can see it from a distance.
Yeah.
And that's a real deterrent right there. Yeah, somebody who's really, really, really determined to get into your house, they could go through that with an axe. But, once again, with a thief, if you put enough visible things right out there, they're going to go, I'm going to the neighbor's house. I'm not
Yeah.
messing with this place. Yeah.
Yeah, there was a psychological study of I think it was in the States as well, and it was front gardens on a nice like suburban area, and the only houses that had been burgled had nothing on their front gardens. The ones that hadn't only had like a tiny white picket fence or a little chain link fence, something you could step over, literally.
Yeah.
Right.
But it was the illusion of looking at that compared to one that had none.
Really?
Yeah.
I know
I'll
they
be
did the
darned.
same thing with like, if you put the security, like ADT used to be a good security company. You put ADT stickers in your
Yeah.
windows, and if somebody's just walking by, just scoping out, they're going to see ADT. They're just going to keep going. They're not going to call and find out and
Correct.
try to figure out if you really have it or not. They're just going to be like, "Now screw it, I'll go to the next one." Oh, they got no stickers in it. Okay. Oh, they don't even have rose bushes by their lower window, which is 6 inches off the ground. That's a good one.
They're getting really ballsy over here. I lived on a terrace house on a main road, and this is through the day, opposite a big supermarket when I was with my ex, and somebody walked into my house.
Oh,
Right, literally opened the door and walked in, and as he stepped in, he saw me on the couch, and I jumped up and went, "What the?" And he turned around and he walked off, and he goes, "Sorry, wrong house," and carried on like scarpered. And it was only because we know the neighbours 2 or 3 doors down. He'd done that to her handle. He'd been going down the street trying every handle. This is middle of the afternoon.
Yeah, they
right.
do
Driving
that to
past.
cars at night around here.
Apparently,
Yep.
they're opening the door, and if
Yeah, they
you've got
just pull it open.
coats,
If it opens up, they're going to go rooting through everything you got. They're going to take cell phone chargers,
Yep.
whatever they can find, coins, anything in the console. They will root through it, steal tools. My neighbor used to love to leave his truck unlocked. I don't think I should have to lock it. I'm like, well, you're just stupid. And he had the cops over there like 4 times in a year. And the sheriff, and I walked over there the 4th time, sheriff's out there, and the guy's out there going, "Yeah, man, they stole this, they stole that." And the first words out of his mouth was, "Your car locked?" No. I said, "Steve, are you going to lock your doors one of these days? You're just going to keep buying new equipment for your business."
please tell me he didn't tell the insurance company that he left it unlocked.
Oh, no. The cop asked him that, so it was in the police report. So he didn't get shit.
Oh.
Reason to lock it: insurance.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah.
I had that happen. April 19th, 2016 at 10:30 a.m. I had my garage door open at the last place we lived. A guy walked right in. Yeah. Career criminal. And yeah, same thing. He walked right in, and he couldn't see me from the front of the garage. And I'm sitting there at this desk, and he stopped and went, "Oh, fuck." And I stood up and I went, "Oh, fuck is right." And these guys are so brazen. As he walked away, he's waving at me, going, "See you later, buddy. Have a good day. Bye, buddy." Pretending like he belonged there.
Yeah.
Yeah. And there was a whole saga after that. But I had that's one time when I called the cops. The other times the junkies tried, I'd just wave a handgun at them after that. After that, I kept a 45 right next to me every day. And I open carried in my house from 2016 until we moved, for years. And I had a sidearm on my hip. But yeah, when the cops got there, they showed me a 6-man lineup, and I picked him out, and he goes, "Yeah, that's who we thought it was." And they already knew him. He had been released from a felony detention center out on the peninsula that morning. And within the afternoon, he'd already stole a car. He'd robbed several stores, and and he's going to go back to prison again because I fingered him, And to that guy, no, he lives in prison. It doesn't matter. But I'm lucky because this guy is a career criminal. If he had to jump me, he would have beat the shit out of me, man. I mean, real fast, because those guys
That's why you keep those on distance.
Yep. Those guys in prison, they fight constantly, and I would not. I'm not. I would have got hurt bad,
I've just been cut off. This is my last wine.
Uh-oh, that's because the bottle's empty.
No, there's still half a bottle, but she's just said, "You're driving at 5 a.m." I was like, all right. Okay,
It's an electric car.
Good
Just tell the
point.
car where to go. You're fine.
What would we do without the wives? Yeah.
Not get up at 5 a.m.
Yeah, that's true.
Honey, you
Yep.
can't keep hitting the snooze button. It's now 20 after 5. Get up. Go to work. Okay.
I'm that guy that sets 6 alarms.
Yeah, so
Oh
do I.
I'm
getting
get
good
angry at
before
every one of
the
them.
alarm goes off, because if my alarm goes off and it wakes my wife up, she's just angry. So now my eyes just open. It's like, okay, 1 minute before the alarm, screw it, I'm getting up, and I make sure I shut it off before it starts, which doesn't wake her up after she worked 3 12-hour shifts in a row. And I just quietly go downstairs and do my thing and leave, and she eventually comes downstairs and she'll text me. She's like, good morning. I'm like, yeah, good morning. I'm already out and about. She's like, I know. Thank you for not waking me up. You're welcome.
The factory that is about 300 meters that way could blow up and my missus would still be asleep. So really? I don't have that issue.
Nah, mine wakes up with a flea fart across the street inside the house.
Yeah.
And then she gets mad when she sleeps in on like a Saturday and it's like 10 in the morning and the window's cracked open and the neighbor's cutting their grass. Like, why do they have to cut their grass? I'm like, honey, it's 10 o'clock in the morning on a Saturday. When do you want them to do it? At 2 in the morning on Tuesday? But, you know, I love her to death. 35 years on Monday.
Right on. Yep.
We might have gone off topic again.
Yeah, talking about wives. Yeah, complaining about wives is an easy topic. Yeah.
It's a normalcy bias about our wives.
It is. It is.
That's it. General resistance to prepping. No, she doesn't resist. She lets me do it. And am I ready? I'm ready. Is she ready to let me be ready for her? Absolutely. Yeah. That's all that counts.
Yeah, we've got a good deal in my house worked out as I've got a Boeing pension coming in and a portion of my pension goes to prepping. And if I run out of money for that, I'll just go, hey, I've got my eyes on this. Well, how much is it? Yeah, so-and-so. She just get on her phone, transfer, go buy it. It's a good idea. Go buy it. That's the deal we got worked out.
Yeah, and I have to ask for forgiveness on mine. What was that charge for $87 at Lowe's? You didn't need anything. It's like, that was the plywood I needed for making the covering for the back window that got smashed out during the storm. Oh, okay.
Mm-hmm.
Me and my partner now had been together 3 months, and it was Christmas. And I got her the usual stuff that you get, you know, a missus at Christmas, you know, smellies, all that lot. I unwrapped a crossbow. That's when I knew she was a keeper.
There you go. Yeah.
Yep.
I
nice gift.
Yeah, it is. You guys in Europe who can't own firearms, man, those crossbows. I had a crossbow. I threw it away. It scared the shit out of me, man. I am not joking because I had a limited space to be able to practice with it. Mm-hmm. And, you know, you fire a bullet, it stops in the target or maybe goes through. But
oh, no, a bolt will bounce off of everything and come right back at you.
Oh, fuck me running, man. I mean, more than once that thing bounced off of something and it went down the alleyway. Like, shit on this, man.
But over to my right is a kitchen breakfast counter that there's a lovely little hole in. Because not the crossbow she got, the big one, but I got one of the pistol ones, and it was only like 50 pounds draw weight, and I thought, oh, that's nothing. So I set up a little target and I put some cardboard behind it. That should be enough. Straight through that.
Straight through.
I had to open the kitchen pan cupboard, and one of the pans had stopped it. I was like, best not do that again. Quick, this is an outdoor activity.
Put a chair in front of it and hang a picture over the hole. Yeah, she'll never know.
I admire those things because you guys in the UK and
hey Joseph, good to see you.
Got a draw bow or a crossbow, if you can work together well with your neighbors and something goes sideways, you guys could team up and protect an area with those. I guarantee you. Anyone who sees an arrow go through another man's chest, if they're an intruder, they're going to turn around, dude.
Yeah, because they didn't hear it. They don't know where it came from.
All of a sudden, you know, here's Jimmy Scumbag.
Yeah, with an arrow sticking out of the back of his going. Right.
And anybody who's watching that's not had any experience, top tip, it's nothing like The Walking Dead where Daryl magically reloads every 2 seconds.
No, it ain't.
It takes some weight, it takes some force, it takes some time. Get one, practice, try it.
And
Yeah, I tried shooting with crossbow. It is not that easy.
That's why I said
Practice.
you guys
Yeah, it
team
takes
up.
practice.
If you get a half a dozen men with crossbows, you guys team up. While you're reloading, this guy's over here is ready. And I'll send another bolt, and
Yeah.
you can do quite a bit of harm with a half a dozen guys with crossbows.
Especially if you have broadheads on them.
I've not taught Mrs. Urban Prepper to fire, but she knows how to reload them all quite quickly.
Good.
So she's going to be passing. Yeah.
What kind of mini ones you get? A Barnett?
I've got a Mantis.
Okay. Yep.
I've got the same one.
Yeah. I've got the Mantis, and then I've got another one which was cheaper than, I can't even remember the brand. It was really cheap. I wanted to get it to test it, and it was only like £15 from the prepper shop. And that's the one that put a hole through that. Because I thought it was so cheap it wouldn't do it. I was like, okay, this is a keeper.
Just buy some extra strings for it.
Yeah, definitely. And maintain it and get the
arms?
wax. Yes. I got no, she got the one that I've got that she got me for Christmas from Anglo Arms, I believe.
I think that's more than £50. That's an £80.
What, price or pull?
Pull.
Are you talking about the Mantis? Are you talking about the Mantis one?
Yeah.
No, I got the Mantis, but then this other one was like £15 on some special offer. It wasn't. I don't know what brand. I'm going to find out what brand it was.
Is it the self-cocking?
Yes.
Pistol crossbow.
Yeah.
By Mantis.
I've got the Mantis one, which is really good, and then it's another one that's similar, but like a cheaper version, if you know what I mean.
Right. Yeah.
Gecko. It's called the Anglo Arms Gecko £50 plastic pistol crossbow. There you go.
Can you do the bolts come with the thread-on tips, or are they solid?
The ones that came with it are solid,
right?
But you only got like 3 with it. I've got like 4 boxes of 20 upstairs for that one. So,
of target tips or ones with the thread-on
full bolts. The thread-on ones. Yeah, so I can change them out. Yeah.
Yep. There you go.
So the cheaper one was the Gecko. Sorry, correct me.
Yeah, the Gecko was the cheap one. Yeah,
because my Mantis is marked at £80 pull.
Yeah. Yes, that I've got the Mantis. That's a really good one. I wish I'd got the upgraded one because you can get like a sight on the top and a foregrip and everything, can't you?
All right, fellas, I'll be right back.
Yeah, it's a couple minutes over here. I'm gonna bail. I still got to unload my truck and start repacking it for camping. So I'm gonna bail, and I will see you guys next week. And Mike, I'll see you whenever you go live. Probably.
Nice to see you all. I've got to shoot as well.
No problem.
All right,
see you later,
no problem.
Nice one, Shadow, for having us. Nice one, Chef.
You're very welcome. It's always a pleasure.
Mike. Bob.
Real. Have a great day.
All right, later, guys.
Good night and God bless.
God bless.
Thanks, Shadow.
I'm looking for the one that she got me and I can't remember the name of it.
The sad thing is here in Sweden you need license for crossbows.
It'll get that way here. We've had too many incidents where that's going to happen, if not a full ban at some point. We shall see.
Yeah.
I figure if they're going to bring in licensing, it's much easier to apply for a license for something you already own, because if you then want to buy one after the licensing come in, you've got to justify the reason for having it.
Yeah.
Or buying it as such. And which one was it?
you need to be a member of a crossbow club to get the license for a crossbow here. So
Yeah, well, I mean, I've got 2 archery clubs near me that I've been to. I did some lessons because I thought, you want to do it properly. But when I was
Yeah.
looking around for it at first, there's a lot of archery clubs that won't let you use a crossbow
yeah,
because it's certain like targets, they reckon it damages the targets and stuff like that. So you've got to be careful and find the right place. But I really want to. I enjoyed archery, but I don't have an actual bow, so I really want to get a bow. That'd be fun.
yeah.
Purely for
well,
sporting purposes, people, not for anything sinister.
yeah, I would like to have a bow, preferably a long bow,
Mm-hmm.
around 80 pounds. 80-pound longbow.
I really want to test and try out the bows, the stealth bows, where they pack down into like next to nothing, into a little pack this big. They go on
You
your
mean
back.
the SAS
Yes.
survival bow?
Yes, like that. I really want to try one of them. Just to see how good it actually is.
Well,
I'm interested in SAS survival bow myself. So
I'm glad you brought up that single burner thing there, Mike. Advice like that is worth a million bucks from real
Oh, yeah.
experience. That's the stuff that we need to hear. This, do reviews like this is a piece of crap. Don't buy it.
Yeah, and it would be so easy for me to say this is from Amazon. Here's an affiliate link. Go and buy it, and I'll get a little, couple of pence commission and stuff. But I don't want somebody being in a situation where they need to use it and being in the same, losing their hair and their eyebrows.
Mm-hmm. How dare you have morals? How dare you? Yeah.
I'll never be a millionaire, Bob. I'll never be a millionaire.
Yeah. Like the first water distillery I bought, for purifying water, I put a couple of videos out about it, how to use it, and then it just failed. And I put up right out there, this is junk.
Yeah.
It's don't. And I went to a very simple stainless steel one, and it works like a charm.
Yeah, you've got to
important.
have the morals to do that, because I copied.
Yeah.
So I copied to test it one of CP's make your own MREs videos, right?
Mm.
So making a meal like a stew, and then putting it in the Mylar bag, and then boiling it in the bag, and then sealing it up and stuff like that. And it's a cheap way to make your own MREs in the last 10 years, blah, 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 blah. Here's don't forget to buy everything from my shop, that kind of video.
Yeah.
And after 3 days of me making this video, putting it out, I went to check them, and 3 of them had inflated. Like, because the gases that were being released, and so that would have been toxic. That would have killed somebody if they'd ate them after a while. So I literally changed the thumbnail for the original video to put a big red X on it, and then I released another video to say, this was wrong. I'm sorry. I've tried it. Here's the results. Don't fucking do this.
Perfect. Yeah.
Please don't.
Yeah. Well, I've been doing this stuff on YouTube for about 10 years, and I've got my channel's monetized, but I don't have my email out there for advertising. I just choose not to do that, because that makes YouTube from a hobby into a job.
I mean, I just try and do it honestly. So I get companies. Do you know? I get regular updates, emails from companies.
Tracer. Good to see you, brother.
Usually in pidgin English, not really very well written, to say we want to send you this product, and you test it and stuff like that. And I reply. I've got a standard reply now saying you're more than welcome to send me this item. I will give it a full, honest review. But if it is bad, I will say it's bad. If it breaks, I will say it breaks. If it's terrible, I'll say it's terrible.
Good deal.
But feel free to send it me, and I'll do an honest review on it. And out of about, let's say this month alone, 10 emails, 1 company has sent me the item.
Yeah.
Because the other 9 have gone, best not send it then.
Yeah, I had a couple of years ago, I got a offer to do a review on accessories for an AR-15, and I replied on that email and said, "Sorry, dude, I can't get in the accessories for an AR-16, AR-15 into Sweden, and I can't do a review without proper rifle."
Yeah.
And I can't get an AR-15 here. I can't. That's impossible.
At least that was kind of on topic. I've got companies going, "Oh, we're going to send you this product for you to do a review on." I'm like, "You've sent me a massage gun. What kind of channel do you think I am? At what point can I introduce this to a prepping channel? It's still in the plastic." That's like, what am I supposed to... Get your preps now. Don't forget your muscle recovery when you're prepping, guys, using the massage gun.
But I just chose with my channel not. I don't do the memberships and all that stuff, but because my pension's adequate, it's good, and it's like I don't want to turn YouTube into a job.
Well, I mean, you've got to balance that fine line. I've seen people that have stepped over the line and gone, right, I'm going to go full-time YouTube. And these are not people with millions of subscribers. These are people quite low down. And it just, you can see the stress that it puts on them and the strain it puts on them. I'm still working my job 9 to 5, Monday to Friday. I'll continue, unless YouTube happens to grow to a scale where it is covering all my living expenses. I'd happily leave my work if it was, but I'm not going to leave it and try and grind at it like it's some sort of job, because it doesn't become fun anymore. I wouldn't enjoy it.
That's what I'm afraid of.
I come on Shadow's stream. There's no monetization or gain for me at that. I'm not on here flogging my merchandise or anything like that. I do it because I enjoy the company, I enjoy the community, and I enjoy doing this. And I don't want to lose that.
Same here. Yeah, that's why I do this. Yeah. I'm gonna go, guys. I'm gonna get a few things to get done here. But I'm glad to hear that the missus did not go down to Portland, Oregon. So thank you. That's too risky of a place with all these protests going on right now.
Yeah, definitely.
Yeah, definitely.
Yeah,
it is better to stay out of their way.
Exactly.
I'm gonna go as well, Shadow, because that's the last.
Peace.
Yeah.
Peace out. God bless, guys. Take care.
Great to see you again, Bob.
You too.
See you then. Thank you, Shadow. Thank you for having me. I've got to be up at 5 a.m. for the car boot sales and the grafting and the grinding and all that.
It's a pleasure. So, it's always a pleasure to have you here, Mike.
Thank you very much. Yeah, no more insulting my knives, I hope,
Sorry, I couldn't help myself.
What was the knife, before I go? What was the knife that you showed? Because I think that kind of knife, because it's got the serrated back and then the straight blade, I think that's what they've banned in the UK. It would be classed as a zombie knife. Yeah. See, the serrated edge at the top has got to be less than 3 inches. Yeah, that's got to be less than 3 inches. That is literally banned in the UK now.
Okay.
But it is really nice. I like the little fish hooky bit at the top. The gutting.
Yeah, it's a Colombian Raptor survival machine.
Yeah, it's very nice. It's very nice. I was like, I can't compete, so I'm just going to get a bigger one.
Yeah.
But yeah.
Well, it was so-called collab, short collab.
Yeah. No, it was good. It was good. I was just surprised. I was like, what? I didn't even know this was a thing. Yeah, thank you for having me. Anybody watching over on my side, there's 34 of you still. Don't forget to come and check out ShadowScoutSwede. Subscribe to his channel. Follow his content. He puts regular videos up, and he's an awesome guy, so I can't say
Yeah, I can tell you how many views I got on that short collab.
Yeah.
3,551.
And he's getting more views than me on shorts, so there you go.
And that is 2 days and 9 hours.
There you go. Well,
so that's good.
Well, you just have to insult me more. This is how you make it big.
No, I did it for fun.
I know. Thanks for having me, Shadow, and I'll see you again
You're
soon.
very welcome.
Goodbye.
Oh, thanks. Yeah, that was an interesting collab short video I did. That's not a knife. This is a knife. It was a fun thing to do. Hmm? So I think I wrap things up now, guys. Yeah, I run for 4 hours and 9 minutes. Thank you, Ace. I appreciate it. Have a nice day, guys. Stay safe. Be part of the solution, not the problem. Strength and honor. Thanks for stopping by, Tammy. And thank you. Thank you, Jill. I appreciate it. Yeah. That's all for today. Good night. Dear loves as well. Good night. I'll see you in the next one. Yeah, Emily, most people left their butts off. When I see that short. Yeah. And let's see if we can end this.